ki poniki, woohoo! Ki Kohacon, finally, yay! Just keep talking, do the 1, 2, 1, 2. Where's the camera, please? Okay, awesome. And this is all going to be live streamed, the whole lot? Yeah, okay. So... Looking at the guys in the booth going, yes, awesome. Just checking, because I want to do a, welcome everyone in the house and to you joining us on the internet.
Yes.
Or something. Is it all good?
Yeah, I think that'll be enough. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Good test for me.
Yeah. Oh, yep, I can do it if you like. I can just do some clicks. So clicky time.
Because it was really good with her because she's quite dynamic.
Yep, that's fine. I can just keep talking if you like. If it's coming into the venue feed and the sound's all right, and then so now we're just going for the outgoing.
Give me just a little bit of a few sentences if you can.
Yep.
And just try to pretend that you're speaking to the room, so it's maybe not super loud, but just kind of. I just want to get a feel for where my level is today.
Sure. Yep. So I'll just put the phone down for a second. So we are testing the sound here today, and it's a beautiful Wellington morning. Very typical of Wellington, very rainy, very cloudy, coming into spring, but that's okay. How's the levels?
We need a countdown from the guys, and then when it goes live, we can all be laughing. Or cheering.
I think it's already live.
Oh.
You're already on.
Kathryn, can you remind me of the hashtag for this event?
Yep, #Kohacon20.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's going to happen no matter what I try and do.
Yeah, right.
There we go.
So, Toadie's a great.
My mother lives out in the town, just across the road from the library. It's quite cool because she get nicknamed Nana Moza by the little guitar reader. Come in and say, can we take your fruit because you're on a diet? Yes. And so she'd send these torches and the kids get in the bank, go to the window. Very friendly place. Yeah, and after she passed, which was a few years later, Cheryl used to keep an eye on me. She was one of those situations, I might actually, I won't, I'm not trying to plan, but now I won't about, and she wants to buy a fine.
Yeah.
Suddenly family.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Good. I'm not doing a countdown.
10, 9, 8.
Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai, haere mai ki Kohacon 2020. To everyone joining us here in Te Whanganui-a-Tara, Wellington, and online around the world, welcome to you all, welcome to Kohacon 20. An extra special welcome goes out to our good friends and colleagues in the Koha community who had booked flights to be here in person and have had to change those plans. We trust you are safe and well, and we hope you enjoyed the conference. We miss you very much. Please join me in thanking our sponsors. Our sponsors have made it possible for us to continue on with the kaupapa of the Koha project and Kohacon. We keep our conferences free for everyone to attend, and we try to remove the barriers that may prevent anyone from participating in the software development process and community. So very briefly, may we thank Bywater Solutions, Equinox OLI, the Open Library Initiative, EBSCO, Catalyst IT, who've allowed us to organise all of this. And the next row, so Linux Australia, PTFS Europe, FE Technologies and Internet New Zealand. And last of all, Librarians, the Library Bar and Flamingo. So most of our sponsors, of course, aren't here in person, and so we were trying to think of ways to connect them with the participants, should people want to get in touch with them. So, on the Kohacon social wiki page, what we've done is noted some video conference rooms that we've made available to all of the sponsors, and some of them have said to us some certain times when they'll be available. So if you want to pop to that link there, you can check out who's going to be in their video conference room and whether you need to get in touch with them to make an appointment, or they might have some fixed times when they're going to be presenting or chatting to people. So I hope that brings some togetherness that we can't do here today. We've also got a social video conference room for participants and everyone involved in the conference, as well as our usual IRC chat channel. Questions. Throughout this conference, we've decided to use a platform called Slido for questions. The URL is sli.do, and all you need to do is enter a hashtag. So in this case, it's #Kohacon20. So you just pop onto sli.do, type in your question, and there's the ability for other participants to upvote your question. So to those of you overseas especially, we'd love to see your questions, and we'll be very happy to try and forward those to the speakers. If you've got a question for a particular speaker, please mention their name so we can get it to them. And our intention is to circulate the answers to those somehow by emailing all of the registered participants. But if we get an opportunity during the conference, we might also have some question time in person. But our main intention is to do that through Slido. And I think this is the last one. Just to note that we're using Twitter, and the official conference account is @NZKoha. And the official hashtag is #Kohacon20. So we really look forward to conversations on Twitter and questions in Slido. So that is all for me for now, or from me for now. And so it's my huge pleasure to now hand over to our first keynote speaker, Te Kahu Rolleston.
Te kāna me tuku tēnei te mihi ki a tātou kua huihui mai nei raru i te maru o tēnei kaupapa. Kia koutou ngā kaiwhakarite, nā koutou tēnei kua hei whakatūwhera kia pai tā mātou kuhunga i tēnei ata, no reira, nei rā au, nei rā tauranga moana, nei rā ko oku iwi mihi kauatuana kia tātou kua huihui mai nei. Sure. Start like this. E hika tū, wake ki runga rā, whi tiki tā, ua haita mātu. Ue a ki te uru, kume a ki te tonga, hiki nuku, hiki rangi, ia rara. Kangaru e, I kangaru e. Tō ia ki te haumaranga I kia whakarongo taku kiri ki te kini a te rehutai. O ngā ngaru whati e haruru mai nei, wi, wa, ha, ha. Horahia o mata kia mere tū, ahi hai taki te ara kia tangaro. He atua hao I te tini ki te pō e koko ia e arai. I'm a poet and I like to write poetry and perform poems, but that's not a poem that I wrote. That's a poem that it said the Patu Paerehe, or the fairy people of my home wrote. They wrote it at a time before humans arrived here in Aotearoa, before our waka carried us here from Hawaii. And at that time, there were 3 mountains that lived close to where I'm from, Tauranga Moana. There was a mountain without a name who was a slave who had no rank. There was a great chiefly mountain named Otaane Wainuku. And there was a princess mountain named Pūwhenua. The mountain without any rank loved this Princess Mountain so much, but because he wasn't really that flash, she didn't really feel it. She wasn't really digging it. And so this mountain without a name became so whakama, or embarrassed within himself. He became shy, he became depressed, and he called out to the beings of the night, the same ones who wrote that incantation that I just used. They're called the Patuparehe, where we're from. And these beings of the night, if you're to compare them to things we like to see today, me as a person who's been through some pretty shocking relationships in my life, I'm able to understand that feeling of whakama from a relationship, or that feeling of pain from a relationship, could drive you to do crazy things or irrational things, eh? And so this mountain called out to these patuparehe, and I like to liken them to things like alcohol or drugs, or things we call out to in the nighttime, and things that grab us and pull us into the darkness in a modern day world. And so these patuparehe were dragging him towards the ocean because all he wanted to do was drown beneath the tides of Tangaroa. They dragged him and they carved out all of the waterways of Tauranga Moana. The waterways that followed where this mountain was dragged are called waimapu, the tears that rain from the eyes, waimapu. And they filled the rivers as the mountain was being towed. Just before the mountain reached the ocean of Tangaroa, Tamanui Te Rā, the sun god, rose. Tamanui Te Rā is of the day, he is of the light. So of course he was able to disperse these patupaerehe of the night. And so they dispersed back to Hautere, but before they returned, they said to this mountain that had no name, your name shall be Mo'au, he who was captured by the light of the day. Mo'au. And that's how we named our mountain in Tauranga Moana today. And I like to tell that story not only because of the issues that we have of depression or of mental health that are going on in Aotearoa, and especially within our rangatahi Māori, but I like to tell it because as well as that, it's a story that goes from a mountain that was a slave to nothing to a great mountain that people come from all around the world to visit all the time. A mountain that became a chief from nothing. It's not just the story of depression, it's a beautiful story, and I always like to start with something that I didn't create myself, just to pay homage to those who went before me. Nō reira, nei rau tuku atu te mihi kia koutou katoa, nei rā hoki au e mihi atu ki taku maunga rā ko Mo'au tērā e tūwake rā te maunga nāna tamanui te rā I hopu. All right, let's do some poems, eh? A little bit about me. I'm lucky enough to be born and raised on a place called Matakana Island. If you don't know where that is, it's the center of the universe. And it's right next to it's right next to that mountain I just spoke of called Mo'au, just across the harbour from it. So of course I have a real close connection with that mountain, and I talk about it every single place that I go. It's just what I do. We're going to start with a poem that I wrote. It's called From Patu to Pen. Those of you who don't know, I was once the New Zealand spoken word poetry champion. I was lucky enough to go to the World Pacific Festival, entered in the World Pacific Slam. I won the slam over there. And then I've been lucky enough that my mahi is to travel around engaging people or informing people what I like or how I see the world through my poetry. So, yeah. This piece is called From Patu to Pen, and it explains my understanding on the changes that have gone on from Aotearoa pre-engagement, or the time when we met with the settlers, until now. Nei rā talk. I pick up my pen in the blind attempt of trying to write one of these rhyming remedies like my ancestors were, forced to pick up a weapon and go to war to smite their enemy. Back then, it was about whose weapon and war's swifter these days. It's about who has the language ability to bullet points and talk swifter. We've come from our own economic system of take, utu and ea, to living with loans on our homes and no ways to clear this debt up. We've come from ngā kete wānanga o tāne to an education from a wānanga only being acknowledged as qualifications from university. From separate iwi with our own cultures to ngai Māori, slowly but surely forced to merge, losing our unique diversity. We've come from a time where Papa Tuānuku was cherished, to now, when Papa and our surrounding environment is blatantly neglected. We threw the reina in the arena of Tangaroa and watched as he was poisonously infected. Because we drew holes deep into our mother. We chopped down our brother's forests, and still we have the nerve to wonder why Rua Umoko was under this earth quaking on us. We were once of this land, physical and spiritual natives. Now we are just on this land, all day hooked on Facebook and YouTube, consumed digital natives. Must I remind you that mine is the first generation to be plagued with technologies of this sort? We bit the bad fruits of blackberries, bushes and apples products while being ripped off. We chose the bad things that sucked onto us and they put it into Intel and now they'll get cross. We came from tikanga and kawa, to etiquette and morality, from fishing trips to fish and chips and bakeries. Came from living as a collective in pa, to urbanized individualistic society, from having rangatiratanga to having to constantly remind this government of te tiriti o waitangi, and on that, this world of pen and paper witchcraft and trickery is heavy to tow. Sign this, read that, learn this, write that, forget what you know, because if it's not in writing, then it's senseless you trying to claim fact. Like how Captain Cook recorded in his book that he discovered New Zealand way back, but anyone who knows the real history of Aotearoa knows based on the name that only someone from the generation of Kupe can claim that. But what's a culture of oral traditions? To a culture that refuses to listen to people who have eyes but can't use them to see past what's written, a nation that lacks vision. Generations that have been educated to lack wisdom. Read this, learn that, forget what you know, keep your opinions to a minimum because people don't want to know. Go to class, make sure you pass, believe there's truth in what you're told, We've come from having mana to chasing a rep and a swag from haka, to spitting raps from being warriors, to getting patched in gangs and becoming soldiers. I'm not saying that positive development and progression hasn't occurred within New Zealand. I'm simply posing the question, in accordance with whose cultural values and ethnocentric perspective, because it sure wasn't ours. I know that because most of the time when I speak, I can't even get a tihai mauri order in support of that. People are too busy trying to go live on Insta, Facebook, or Snapchat. Can I get an app? Kia ora. One of the other things I really like to do is I like to share my culture or a cultural perspective with people. So I'm sure we all have heard about matariki, and I'm lucky enough to have spent a lot of time travelling around Aotearoa, and I've been able to hear lots of stories about matariki that different people have. And lots of people argue with each other like, nah, yeah, my story about matariki is the right one, and then I'll follow, nah, my one's the right one, nah, your one's wrong, my one's right. And so I like to listen to all the stories, and I take the part of the story that captures me the most, and I brought it together to create a narrative that most people can agree with. And so this is my understanding of matariki, based on my luck, I guess, of being able to meet all these different people who know about matariki from their own perspectives. Matariki, the eyes of a god. Mata ariki. Out of rage about his parents' separation, the god of wind himself, Tāwhiri, Mātea, tore out his own eyes and threw them through the clouds into the night forever, to shimmer and shine in the realm of his father, Ranginui, god of the skies. We could learn from matariki. In a modern day context from this, there are so many concepts we could learn. For instance, the separation of a mother and a father will always be a harsh and sharp turn for a waka being sailed along this journey of life by a child to verse. So we must ensure that we tend to their hurt before they are given the opportunity to hurt themselves first, because eventually they do. Matariki, a time to reminisce on those that have been lost to the goddess of death, who was once our symbol of life, ironic all and all, hine ahuone, now and forevermore to be remembered as the goddess that crushed Maui hine nui te po. You see, matariki are the stars that rise on the tail of the Milky Way streaming where I'm from. That means it's time for the mussels to be milky and the kina to be creamy, so the barbecue's blazing and the pots are steaming, the perfect time together for whānau hui and meeting. You see, Shakespeare said a rose by any other name smells just as sweet. But matariki, seen through the eyes of any other people, is just as much of a magnificent sight for one's eyes to see. Whether called Pleiades, whether called the Sailing Sisters or Makahiki, whether called Puanga, whether called Subaru or matariki, regardless, it can't be coincidental. There's so many cultures around the world gather to observe these stars as they burn bright. Keep that in mind. When I tell you the Japanese call this constellation Subaru, which translates to unite, and matariki is the exact reason we gather beneath these stars of the night. to unite beneath matariki. Chair. I can see my time's ticking along, so I won't be too much longer. This next piece, we're getting quite close to November, and I know a lot of us celebrate Gaifoks, fireworks and all of that. When I was younger, I used to ask my mum if I could get some Gaifoks or some fireworks, and she'll give me this big, huge lecture about what happened on that exact date in Parihaka, in Taranaki, in Aotearoa, and gave me this whole big speech about how dare you want to blow something up on a day that stands for peace and our people. And so I was like, oh. And for my whole life, that's what I thought about when I thought of Gaifoks. And now that I'm older, it was more like I was hurt when I was younger. Like, my old lady doesn't want to give me Gaifoks. But now when I'm older and I understand it, I'm real glad that my mum did things like that when I was growing up. She instilled in me that this is more important than blowing something up. This what our tūpuna did, or what these people did, is one of the greatest stands of peaceful resistance that ever occurred in the whole history of the whole world. And so why are we trying to blow stuff up on that day? And so, this is my understanding of Parihaka. I'll start by stating I'm not of Parihaka whakapapa. Taranaki is not where my maunga stands. My maunga is mo one from Tauranga Moana, to be more specific, te Mautere o Matakana. I state that because I'm a firm believer in decolonized methodologies, so I'd never try and speak for them. I only speak on how I've personally learned from their examples and philosophies, the people of Parihaka. The protectors of peace, the independence defenders, the ones who were able to do it without using weapons. Their form of passive-aggressive, active resistance and protest shall eternally be remembered, especially considering the sort of law changes being made these days which are impeding on protesters. We must acknowledge the visionaries with sight. Te whiti the shine, tohu the sign, ngā rangatira toko rua, tohu kākahi rawa ko te whiti o rongo mai. You see, te whiti sent men to plough, dig the lands up and mess with the land surveyors with no intention or mention of violence and aggression. Not even as the people of Parihaka that were ploughing the lands up as a means of peaceful protest were being arrested. Yet still, on November 5th, 1881, the invasion begun. As the invading squad invaded, waving guns, a stand was taken. Those soldiers were fired upon with shots of smiles and bombed with grenades of gracious love. They were welcomed and embraced with hugs. For these soldiers invading the space, to invade there wasn't space enough, so the people of Parihaka fell their own walls and made enough. How could you, as a soldier, roll in on a people offering all they have and still confiscate their stuff, rape and touch the woman, pillage the village and chop all the crops in the estate to dust? It took a matter of months, but it was done. You see, te whiti, tohu, and the men were imprisoned, but still they preached. Still they practiced non-violent resistance. And in 1883, some were allowed back. Proof the plan of a peaceful people of Parihaka had not failed. But by 1886, for simply holding a meeting, again Te Whiti was jailed. But by 1888, all who survived the turbulence of the times were allowed to return, which means, in the end, peace won over war. In the end, peace wins over all. With examples like Parihaka, why is it that we still haven't learnt and we just keep going to war? Kia ora. All right, last one. Be a light one. Sorry, I made you all serious. My bad. Anyone got any questions before I wrap us up? Good, I like to know questions, it's better. I see the sponsors on here. One of the other things I used to do, or I don't know if I'm lucky enough, one of the other skills I have, I guess, is I like to make stuff up off the cuff. And then I seen a bunch of sponsors on this thing, so I guess we'll make something up about the sponsors. Is that are we into that? Yeah. Have you got the thing when you can put them up there? Oh, yeah. Got a little ass on here, I can't. Yeah, let's do that. All right. See. From us right here, we want to send a mihi for the contributions given to us by Catalyst and by Water Solutions. That's how it is, and we're never gonna stop. We open the library initiative like Equinox. Bad with the flows, and we're never gonna let go. The next mihi, it goes out to EBSCO. Bad with the flows, and without failure. Got a mihi out to Align Australia. I don't know how to say it, but I'ma carry on doing it. Carry on with the words, yep, I'll be moving it. PTFS. That's in Europe, is it? Tēnā rā koe, and we carry on moving with it. Plus, I got the words that I'm dropping like prophecies. The next mihi out to FE Technologies. Plus, we gotta do it rapid on until the end. Another mihi to Internet NZ. Bad with the words, always trust, no disrespect. The next mihi goes to Librario Tech. I said it kind of wrong, and I might have started, but still, mihi out to use the cousins. But bad with the words, and I ain't trying to be trying, G. Plus, I got the mad words mihi to the library. Is that library? I can't really see it. I can't, but still a mihi to the library bar. Plus we carry on with the flows and the mean flow. Last mihi out goes to Flamingo. Tēnā tātou. That's me.
Te Kahu, just one thing for you. My notes are somewhere. I'll be one moment. Ngā mihi nui ki tō kōrero, te kahu. That was awesome. Next up, I'd like to welcome Kris Wehipeihana to introduce our next keynote speaker, Anahera Morehu.
But before I do, my bro, wow. I remember the first time I really understood how Māori encoded knowledge in the carvings and the mōtiatia and the waiata and the oral stories, but it is always so amazing to get an example of how that was transmitted. Whew, thank you. Okay, i ngā mana, i ngā reo, i ngā rangatira mā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Nau mai, hara mai ki te whanganui tara, ki pōne ki this whare. Warm Pacific welcomes to all of you, whether you are in this whare or joining us on the internet. Yeah! Welcome. My name is Kris Wehipeihana, called Ngāti Tūkorohi Taku Everything, and I am here to introduce our next speaker, Anahera Morehu. Whew. She is a flower of Ngā Puhi, Te Rarawa, Te Aupauri, Ngāti Kahu and Ngāti Whātua heritage. She has a long and illustrious career in libraries with a particular focus on Māori and Indigenous issues. She has been active at regional, national and international conferences. She's hosted library conferences and has been a judge on various panels. In the past, she was the tumuaki of Te Rōpū Whakahau, which is the leading national body that represents Māori engaged in libraries, culture, knowledge, information, communication and systems technology in Aotearoa, New Zealand. She's still a member of their National Council. Anahera works at the University of Libraries, University of Auckland, Tamaki Makaurau, as the kaiarahi for the Faculty of Business and Economics. And included in her biography on the website is this beautiful, beautiful line. Ka manaki a hau i ngā rangatira mō apōpō, mā rātou e maro tiri ai te ara whakamua, ka maia ngā hua mō tātou o ngā iwi Māori. Loosely translated, and I mean really loosely translated, it says, I take care of the leaders for tomorrow, they are the seeds of our future, the fruit for all of us. And as an academic librarian, that is really inspiring to me. It really resonated with the way that I want to think about the students and the staff that I work with as well. But today, she is speaking to us as the President of the Library and Information Association of New Zealand Aotearoa. So please, homai te paki, put your hands together to welcome our next speaker, Leanne's President, my President, Anahera Morehu.
Kris. After Te Kahu, I don't know whether I want to go. He iwi kāinga, karanga mai, ki tēnei uri o whātua e. Ko te rarawa te au pōuri, Ngāti Kahu, ko te whare o ngā puhi e. He iwi kāinga, karanga mai, nau te pōhiri o te rangi e. Karangi tā miro ai ngā here o te aroha e. Ka putara ki te ahau e. Nō reira e ngā rauranga tira mā, kua hakarau I ka mai tēnei hui a tinana a rorohiko hoki. Ke o koha, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou katoa. Au e taukiri e te prata. Oh! E kore e mimiti te puna kōrero I tāu mahi. Kia whakarangatira ai a tātou. I tēnei wā, ngā mihi nui rawa atu ki a koe, ki tō mau ngā mauao, pai rawa tēnā kōrero, I hoki mahara au ki wetahi atu o taupō me wera atu o ngā kōrero o te kāinga, mihi nui rawa atu ki a koe. Kia koe, Kris, chat. I think it's a payback for volunteering him to do other stuff, so it's, come back to bite me in the bum, but that's all right. Kia koutou katoa, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou. After that, I was sitting there going, oh my God, I'm starting to shake. Because I'm like, really? I've got to go after that? He just woke us all up, now I'm going to put you all to sleep. So just bear with me and try not to snore too loudly. And to all of our colleagues that are wherever you may be in the world, nau mai, hara mai, and welcome to this little kōrero. And I'll try not to be too long. I did do a video, just in case, because I'm from Tāmaki COVID, just in case we sort of got stuck, got stuck there. Then I did a little video, and then when I thought, oh yeah, I'll come and do it in person, and I was like, I think my kōrero is going to be totally different to what I gave Tosca on the video, but you just got to roll with the times. But in thinking about that, the impact that we've had this year has been amazing. And it's been really good for us, I think. It's been a challenge, but it's also helped us understand a few things. And, being 20 years that Koha has been around, I remember the first time that I ever heard about Koha. It actually wasn't even Koha, Catalyst, sorry. But, first time I ever heard about Koha, I think it was Kris when that company in America. You all remember that? They tried to take our name and trademark it. And then, of course, our lovely mates who happened to sit on the board to veto all of this stuff, we're sort of letting them get away with it until, once I found out who was on there, all of us in Te Rōpū Whakahau were, cheer, bro, and thanks, Deirdre, but, this is a term that we use constantly. And if they trademark it, are we not allowed to use it anymore? Like Paul Moana can't use her name in Germany. And they were like, oh, we never thought about that. And we went, yeah, wow, you should. You really should. Misappropriation and repatriation is still alive and well in the digital world. So from that, he got huge support. And, of course, the whole country and even those internationally got on behind and donated so that we could raise money to have a big go against this American company that turned tail and ran anyway. Hopefully Trump does the same in the elections, but we'll see, fingers crossed. And you didn't really try and edit that bit out, someone? Oh, too late. Damn, oh well, doesn't matter, eh? Well, anyway, so with the whole thing that's happened around how we've actually noticed with COVID this year, technology's become a really huge tool for us to keep business continuity, whether it be on a Zooey or, as we like to do on a Friday, a Zinu. But all of those different aspects, it actually became really hard. I mean, I loved it. Don't get me wrong. I love working from home. It just suits me down pat, because then I can sit there, just turn the screen off and have a kai or go and pick up my mokos from school and, sit there and say, yep, I'm still here while I'm out somewhere else. And thank goodness they're all in meetings this morning, so they're not watching my speech. So this is going to be really good, even though I had a meeting, a Zooey meeting with them this morning at around about 8 o'clock. But technology, you know, it made us think. It made us understand a few things, but COVID especially, huge impact, not just for us, but upon the world. Me, personally, being at home, used to sit there and I'm right by the whenua, and going out and watching all these people who never walked their dogs before in their life are now walking across our whenua, and my thing was, get your poop bag. Because I can guarantee I never saw any bags anywhere, not even on the leash. And they'd be like, look at me as if I couldn't, you know, go up to them and say, get your poop bag out. And they were like, she's not going to come up to me, you've got to keep 2 metres. And I'm like, you're on my whenua, my muckles play on that whenua, get your poop bag out or go home. Did it work? Didn't. But then my cousin who lived across the road and was taking her dog for a walk, it worked big time because she just lost it, especially when they wouldn't pick it up. But anyway, moving along. Shouldn't really be talking about that stuff anyway at the moment, but at least we're not eating, so that's all good. Okay, so COVID. Great time to be home, spending time with family. Who would have thought that it was like, my gosh, I can actually do a work-life balance. I've got time with my family, although maybe we had a bit too much time with our family. I was able to go out and walk. You know how you have your computer doing the old 10 minutes or, you know, do an hour, then get up and do 10 minutes exercise? We didn't have to worry about that. You ate well, you ate healthy. But what it really made you think about was, am I in the right place? Am I going in the right direction? 20 years Koha's been around and now they want to look into the future. Are we ready to help them look into the future? I hope so. As Leanza, as Te Rauhiringa o Aotearoa, we've had a long relationship, I think. I went on a trip last week, so in the last 3 weeks, this is the 3rd week, I've went from the far north, up in Kaitaia and Kaikohe, down to the deep south, which we actually named from the tangata whenua. They actually gave us a name for the region of Otago Southland, which was Murihiku. So Murihiku is from the Waitaki all the way down to the Waiau River. And it's really funny because no one ever knew that. So Murihiku itself was taken and only attributed to Invercargill region or Southland, and that was because they had a bit of a raru with the Otago District Council at the time. So they separated and went, stuff yous, and the name got attributed to that. And so tangata whenua, Kris's whānau from Kaitahi actually said, all the runaka down there said, well, we want to actually bring the name back, and we as Te Rauhiringa, we're quite happy to start bringing those sorts of whakaaro back and doing the right thing. We've got 6 regions. This one was the last one to actually have been given a Māori name. And what was so great about it is it was the first time all the other regions, I had no idea how they were named, but none of them went to tangata whenua to ask. But we did for Murihiku, which was the first change. And I suppose that had something to do with me because it was like they'd spent 12 years trying to do it. And then it came along and went, whoo, Māori girl in presidency. And it was like, ooh, what do we do? Oh, I know, let's email them and find out. Something different, actually, talk to them. And it was great, it was great. We had a zooey, probably we had 5 out of the 8 runaka turn up. And then even after that, I wasn't sure whether that was the name they were giving us because it was still like there was a huge study going on. It was like, okay, so is it? And so I waited and I thought, oh, we'll go back another couple of weeks. And then I tried again. And then it was this whole thing of, who do these people think they are? We've already confirmed this. And I was like, okay, then. Sorry, I just wasn't sure because we were having a discussion and you didn't actually say, here it is. And then they sent me a letter and I was like, whew. So we were all happy with that. Anyway, back to my actual kōrero. So Koha is a system, for those that don't know, a content management system that is used by over 15,000 libraries, which is absolutely fantastic after 20 years. I actually asked if iwi used it. And I know one that does, Ngāti Tamatera is the only one. Are they the only one? Tamoho, Ngāti Tamoho, are they the only one? so far. Okay, we're getting ready in the bottom end in the southern end of the wharetapu of Ngāpuhi in Ngāti Whātua to actually start building, finally, after like 16 years, building our archive. We've got a lot of stuff that Raywin, who's been helping Ngāti Tamoho, says, oh, it's just for like a library cataloguing system. And I'm like, yeah, but can it do more? Because we went through all these other places with New Zealand Micrographics and looked at Recollect as a archival storage thing, and then we went through all these different phases, and no one wanted to listen to me because, you know, who am I? I just work in libraries. You know, what do I know? But iwi finally have considered what's going on, and they've been in contact with Kaitahu, of course, because of their the system that they're using when they built Kahuru Manu, which is Ngā Huru Manu. I didn't realise that. I was sitting there trying to figure out the car and going, fire? Is it like, you know, they've like lit a foot? No, oh, that's right, it's Kaitahu. They've got a different variation in their language, and I keep on forgetting about it. But that system now is something that we're looking at and creating our own. And why are we doing that as iwi? Because we can. Why do we really want to do it? Is because then we own it. Then we can look after it. We can be kaitiaki, as you are all kaitiaki. I don't know whether you're in libraries or... But if you're in technology, you're all kaitiaki of some sort. What you actually do with that is where we come into interest. Okay, we want to know what you're doing with it, because Māori themselves have concerns around the digital content. Take, for instance, the Māori Land Court Minute Books, 1865 to 1910. They've been digitised since 2001. How do I know that? Because I went to a hui at Waikato University that told us that they had digitised it. Do you know that Archives have a copy, Ministry of Justice have a copy, the Māori Land Courts have a copy, and Waikato University has a copy. And not one of those four have a full set. But if you combine all of them together, there's a full set. Go figure. So which one do we want to get access to? We don't really care, we just want access to ours. So we've approached the Ministry of Justice, and thanks to Tai Awhia, here's a bit of a hard case, because, you know, everyone has the same, your first name dot last name at whatevergovernment.nz. Was the old, well, how did you get my personal one? It was like a bit of a no-brainer, bro. But anyway, this is the one that you should be contacting me on. So we made contact with him as an iwi. Then we get asked, who do you think you are to want access to those? And I'm like, we're the uri of those tupuna that gave you the kōrero. We want it. And why do we want it? We want it because we want our kids not to be left out of the information loop. We need them to be able to stand on our marae, to stand in the places where we're going around our whenua, to open buildings and bless sites and everything else. We need them to have that information of those who have passed and we haven't got that kōrero back. So in saying that, the role that we have within information sector is how do we give appropriate access to it? And I've totally gone way off my notes, but that's all good, and I don't even know how long I've got left to talk. But anyway, so I thought about some of the things that whatarangi winiata, when I was going through last night after the ABs won. I was more excited about that than the election results, sorry. I actually pretty much sat there with my niece and she was going, oh, this is really nail-biting. And I went, I'm going to bed, see ya. And then I woke up and says, oh, sweet, I just look at it on Facebook, you know, or read it in the paper and go, label one, do I really care? Yeah, sort of. But was I more interested in the ABs? Hell yeah, Max Brewbar was awesome. So when I got back last night and I reviewed my notes and I was going, yeah, okay, now what? But when I thought about Whatarangi Winiata's kōrero about how we provide information to our whānau or to anybody, any taonga that you have, whether it be virtual or whether it be in hard copy. And I'm thinking about the poor ocean, what is it, the Oceania Pacific collection that everyone's having a go at National Library about. Well, poor mate Rachel. Oh, well, hey, but, you know, when you have a look at that sort of stuff and it's like, how do you retrieve it? See, now people talk about provenance. I didn't know what provenance was. I actually had to look it up. But provenance, Provenance from who gifted it to them. Where did they get it from? Who did it really originally belong to? How they store it. Where do they store it? Now they want to put it digitally. Did they really ask the right questions whether it should be digital? How do they disseminate it? How do they disseminate it? How do you disseminate it? It's only easy to sit there and push a button. Should you really be disseminating it? And who has access? Pretty much everyone wants to have open access. And don't get me wrong, as Te Rauhiringa o Aotearoa, we are right into the open access for so far. When I think about the Māori Land Court minute books, and I had a few mates that sat on this group of 20, meant to represent all iwi, it's tapu. And I'm going, who says? And he says, oh, well, you know, you have to. And I says, yeah, and again, it's about who provides you with the kōrero. If you don't get the kōrero, we get lost. And we can't come back home to say that we do have rangatiratanga on our whenua. This is our tūranga waiwai. So why aren't we providing them with access? If we ask for it, give it to us. That's our kōrero. If we want to make it open access, we will. Because I can guarantee you, unless you know how to read them, you're not going to find whakapapa in there. And you've also got to make sure that the statement behind it or the disclaimer is that person that was a scribe didn't speak Māori, wrote down their opinions or how they wrote, and then again, most of us can't even read script. We've got a little project at the moment. I've got 5 rangatahi to help us, and we're transcribing the kaipara minute books just to help again, because, you know, we've got the lovely Marituahe, Tainui, our own runanga, Ngāti Awa, and here's the other one, and there's another one, trying to sit there and have a go at us in our settlement area. So when people talk about te tiriti o Waitangi, the treaty o Waitangi, or he whakaputanga, you know, and if you want to go upstairs to have a look at the he tohu, women's suffrage, yep, then it's just upstairs. But when you talk about things like that, you've actually got to realise who has that material, who owns that material. We want that material. How do you make it accessible for us in a way that's appropriate? Okay, and technology sort of does and doesn't do it. It's like I said, Zooey, you know, don't record it. We definitely don't record our ones. Everyone else records them, and it's like, are you recording this? They go, yep, why? And go, okay, I won't chat to you then. So you sit there and you spend all your time texting, because what people don't understand is that even while they're recording, you think you're having a private chat, but it isn't, because it comes out, and you're not the only one that's going to see it. The people that's recording it is. Okay, right. So how do we digitise the material, okay, which makes us think about what's its purpose? What is the purpose behind digitisation and all the other red tape that comes in and around it, especially when you're with local government? Like it says, when we made the Papatupu Block Committee minute books available, openly accessible, we got rung by the Ministry of Justice and said, we're just going through the whole, there's a new copyright legislation coming through about digital concerns. They says, who said that you could make this available? And I went, well, here's your letter. You did. And they went, oh, really? And I went, yeah, you sent this to us like 2 years ago. And we put your disclaimer up on it. Whānau went, this is really awesome. Other whānau went, there's stuff in there that's tapu. I says, unless you know the te reo, you're not going to understand any of it. And even if you do speak te reo, most of it's in old reo. And old reo that we don't even understand. They're using terminology that we would take for granted today and put a term that actually isn't it. And one of the ones that I always bring up for our students is kohanga. So when they talk about kohanga, people think language nests. They're talking about language nests. In the north, that's not what kohanga is. Kohanga are like where our... No, let me not even go there. So I'll just confuse you all, and then I'll give you some hints as to how you can read them, and we don't want that, because we want that stuff for ourselves. Okay, so, you know, so digitising material, making it accessible for us if we ask for it. It's ours, give it to us. Don't sit there and try and put red tape in. So at the moment, sorry that Richard Four, you know, is leaving, well, not leaving archives, but, you know, been acting, and he was the one that I've been in contact with. So we're actually having a go, us and archives are having a go at the Ministry of Justice to get access to our material. What does that mean? Well, let's see how long it takes. They told us that they wanted to wait until after the election. We're like, Yeah, just keep on battering, battering that ram. Just keep on pushing. That's what technology is great for. Just bombard them with emails and get everyone else on board, and then spread a few slanderous remarks, just on the side through Twitter or anything else, and anyone will pick it up because they love reading Trump. So if they love reading Trump, they're going to love reading our stuff. Okay, so anyway, now I've totally lost myself. Okay, right. Increasing knowledge. Oh, Leanza. I better return back to Leanza. That's what I'm here for as president. Leanza, where are we at? So Leanza's got a few things that are going on, and of course, like I said, the relationship that we have with Catalyst and Koha is one of the many. And we're changing our governance structure. Fit for purpose. Is it fit for purpose at the moment? Maybe, but we've got a really great team working together on it to actually see whether we are fit for purpose for the future. What does the future look like? At the moment, we're a bit of that whole, the ranga framework that William Dougherty talked about. We're sort of in the rangatahi phase where you just got tunnel vision. You only see one vision. And we need to start doing a bit more and spreading out and opening our eyes up a bit further. And you can't do that if you've just got a whole bunch of librarians sitting on there. And we know that from when we had a look at the IFLA Willock. We were trying to get the IFLA World Library of Congress here in Aotearoa. Thank goodness, the convention centre, the so-called International Convention Centre, had a big, huge fire, yay, while we were all at conference. And it was great. It was the best thing that ever happened because it made us actually realise that the governance that we had on that and the governance that we have in Leanza needs to change. Do we actually have the right people sitting in the right place to be able to do the things that we're doing? And COVID brought that out. Do I really want to be in libraries? I do. I really like it, but I'm not. I'm at the business school. I'm the kaiarahi to sit there and help them do the cultural thing, looking after the Māori and the Pacific communities. I don't really look after the Pacific communities that much, but if I get the Māori thing right, then they'll follow along anyway, as our teina on our whenua. And that's another huge fight that we have, tuakana teina, but on our whenua, we're the tuakana. But if we get it right, then the processes to help support them will come right. So everything that we do is about what we see in the future and what we want to achieve in the future. And our biggest one is our purpose at the business school is tārai te waka. Now, I went home and was talking to the brother Levi and says, how does this sound? And he goes, well, what's your purpose behind that? And I says, well, it's not really a whakairo, but it is. I mean, if you think about it, the waka is actually the future or the journey. And as navigators, and bringing up the old kupe, as navigators who navigated the world, not just the Pacific, the world, we need to make sure that we're providing all the tools necessary for our students and for our staff so that they can leave any time they want. And at the moment, they sort of getting voluntold to leave because of the whole COVID and impact on financially. But we're providing them with the tools, and that's what we have to do. Tārai te waka is about shaping that tool, shaping and building the waka so that they can navigate and take those skill sets away with them to build a future in their career path. And just like driving down the road, you sort of sit there and you're so busy trying to reach over and grab a tissue or, doing the naughty thing and someone goes text and you really want to look at it until someone touches your hand and you go like, ooh, and carry on driving. And you tippy-haere all over the place because you never ever end up staying, as Kiwis, we never ever stay on the straight and narrow. We're always going to tippy-haere over there and go, ooh, I remember this place, this has got the best chop bombs in the world. So I'm going to ask them to go, how do we want to support them, not just as sponsors, but in navigating or changing the career pathway that supports everyone else. If you use their systems, does it work for you? What needs to be added? All those different apps that you get. I've got so many apps on my phone, and it's not even me. I've got a what do you call it? I've got 2 phones. One I gave to my granddaughter, and she keeps on loading apps on it. And what she doesn't realise is that when it loads up on hers, it loads up on mine, so she keeps on wondering why stuff gets deleted. And she's like, I'm sure I had that app. She doesn't know when it comes up on mine. I'm like, what's this? I play with it. I go, she can't play with that. Delete. Little does she know, she'll get older. When she gets older, she'll understand, and then she'll be going, oh, how do I stop her from... Well, she can't because, it's on my account. So if Nana's going to pay for it, Nana's going to delete it. So where am I at? I have no idea where I'm at. I've totally lost it now, and I've lost my navigation. Everything that I was meant to talk about has totally gone off the track, and that's all good. I'm just happy I didn't put you to sleep. And I think, must be close to me finishing, like the brother said. But thank you again for inviting me, Kris. That I was meant to get up here and speak on behalf of Leanza as the president, and I didn't do a very good job of it, but that's all right then, and I'm sure that we're going to do a bit more later on. I know that I've got to go and sign our partnership agreement, so we have a partnership with Te Rōpū Whakahau, our bicultural partnership. But yeah, so I've got to go and sign that, and they says, oh, where can we sign it? I says, let's go and sign it in He Tohu exhibition, right by Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and they go, oh, do you think that'll be all right? Well, seeing as CJ, my mate, is acting president while I'm here in Wellington, we both went, sweet sis, she goes, yep, let's do it. So that's where I'm going to be. Signing our agreement, even though we actually did sit there when we were talking about governance and talking about how we were going to lead and navigate the future of Te Rauhiringa o Aotearoa, was actually sitting there thinking, do we actually need to be there and do we need a partnership? So I'm past president of Te Rōpū Whakahau, coming in as president only because I thought that no one would apply for it. And I thought, oh, well, we need to have a president, so I'll just put my tono in. And then when we had to vote and they voted for me, I was like, oh, damn, I don't know whether I'm ready for this, but I'm here. And I'll just have to keep on moving along and trying to move our organisation into a better collaboration and a better governance structure to actually meet what the future looks like. And I'm pretty sure it's not looking pretty for us. And they don't like it when I say things like that because it makes the story really grim. But it is a grim future for many of us, especially in the world of information, because we rely a bit too much on technology and forget it's just a tool. And I always laugh at Internet NZ when they go, everyone has access, technology is in. I'm going, yeah, well, when I'm at Waikara, I don't have Wi-Fi. And when I'm up at home around Omapere, unless my phone's working properly, this is what you do. You text, you look at it, throw it up in the air, catch it, look at it and go, throw it up in the air, and then you come down and go, yes, it got sent. And I tell you what, me as a grandmother, watching the kids do it, it's all right, I'm an adult, I paid for it, that's sweet. But when I watch the kids get it, and we were like, and they're going, yep, okay. And it was like for ages, and we're sitting there going, what the hell are they doing? Then we realised, instead of driving the car up the hill, to, do it and send it, this is easier. Whee! Okay, let's do it again. Because that's just what you do. And I tell you what, Internet New Zealand, if they could give us Wi-Fi wherever we lived, awesome. And even if they did, because fiber's not working out up there, it's still the old, I went to the museum, it was a freaking darling. And we're all like, you watch that, I can't remember what the movie is. Oh, it's the one with, what's his spunk? Ryan Reynolds and Sandra Bullock, and they're in Alaska, and she's there and it's going, and that's the darling. And we did that, it was like, what the hell is, okay, oh my God, it's a darling, it's a modem. But those are the things that we have to try and access, and they don't provide us with information for that. They don't actually give us the infrastructure, even though it's available. And it's like, yep, okay, the infrastructure's there. It's like sitting there saying, well, why do I pay rates? Oh, because, you've got a piece of land and you can hook into the infrastructure if you want to. What if I don't? What if I just want to park my tent up and just sit there and, have a barbecue and that's my kai and just sit on my whenua for a whole week just chilling with no infrastructure whatsoever? Why am I paying rates for?
They could at least give you a pole, a rope and a bucket so you put the poles in and you actually send it up to the top. A friend of mine does that.
No, because then what you're doing is you're updating your whenua, so then you have to pay more rates. It's like putting a house on it. You upgrade it, and they're like, oh, you've changed your whenua, you've upgraded it. I'll charge you more rates. It's like, no thank you. But great suggestion. No reira he te whānau, he mihi nui rawati ki a koutou katoa. E kore au e ngaro, he kākano i ruia mai I rangi ātea. Mai taua wā ki tēnei wā, ka maro tiriti ai tātou te māra o te mātauranga, ka mai ea ngā hua. O tātou I tō tātou ara hakamua, no reira tēnei te mihi ati ki a koutou katoa. Kia ora. Waste the time even having this.
We just have a little thank you so much for coming and being here today.
I forget, I don't know whether you see the thing or but I'm a hugger.
Yeah,
I'm
we do.
a hugger and a kisser, sorry.
And since I'm up here, I just want to say ngā mihi nui for ki a koe for that kōrero. It's a great example of, I think, what we all deal with, that there are so many things and demands on our time, and both professionally and personally, and I don't think we always get to see that at these conferences. You know, we can be very serious and upstanding, and I think I'm never going to forget the visual.
Start to our conference. To everyone out there who's not here with us today, I hope you've had some windows in to the place that Aotearoa New Zealand is, and I hope it's been as special for you all out there as it is for us right here. I have to say, I could feel everyone's, especially Te Kahu when I was talking, I don't know if you have your feet on the floor down here on the ground, I could feel the voice right under my feet, so thank you so much. It was just awesome. There's not really more words. Amazingly, we're running a little ahead of time. So I just take a small moment to slip in a little more on the housekeeping front. And that is just there briefly about the structure of the conference. So we have 3 days here today. Then when you, at the registration desk, you've got the chance to sign up for a visit to Parliament and Parliamentary Library on Thursday morning, and also there's a sponsored dinner on Wednesday night. So if you want to do either of those two things, please do write your name down if you haven't already. But I don't want to take away the feeling of this morning, so let's head out into the foyer for Kai. If there might be a few minutes wait because we're running a little early, so I'm sure we've got lots to talk about, and look forward to seeing you back here at 25 past. So we're a bit ahead of time, so instead of it being 30 minutes away, we are
Nearly all New Zealanders use the internet every day. We use it for work, socialising, learning, when planning and embarking on adventures, and for capturing those special moments to make them last forever. Internet NZ is a not-for-profit and the home of all .nz domain names. The income from .nz helps us keep the internet open, secure and accessible for everyone. We provide support to increase knowledge and empower communities. We research and explore the opportunities and challenges the internet brings. And we proudly stand for the best the internet has to offer and helping people make the most of it. We're passionate about helping New Zealanders harness the power of the internet. Together, we can build a better online Aotearoa New Zealand.
FE Technologies is working with libraries across the world to give them cutting-edge technology that improves the library experience for both employees and patrons. If you're thinking about library RFID, you'll find FE Technologies' suite of solutions and offerings is hard to beat for a number of reasons. First, we offer a seamless solution. Our RFID products all work together to enhance the user experience, improve staff productivity, increase circulation rates, and provide unmatched security. Unlike other RFID solutions that are often piecemealed together and don't speak to one another, FE Technologies offers an end-to-end solution that manages every aspect of your library in one place. Second, we are more than a solution provider. We're a partner in your success. Our customer project team is responsive, engaged, and interested in setting up the best system for your library. Other companies will sell you some software and disappear. FE Technology is there every step of the way to ensure you're getting the most out of our systems. If you're looking to upgrade your library, contact us today for a free consultation. We've been helping libraries improve for over 10 years and no one else compares to our level of service and seamless RFID solutions.
Hello, I'm David Podboy, and I'm the manager for Field Library Services Engineering in North America. And today I'm going to be talking about EBSCO Discovery Service. Since 2014, EBSCO has worked with the Koha community to build a partnership based on the opportunities presented by interoperability and configurability, as well as the creativity of the open source community. This video discusses the capabilities of EBSCO Discovery Service, or EDS, how its plugin meshes with Koha, and the work EBSCO and the Koha community have accomplished in the past year. It also previews EDS's new interface and features. So what is EDS? For those of you that aren't familiar with EDS, it's a single search box that allows patrons to search simultaneously across all of their library's electronic resources. This includes databases, a catalog like Koha, books, ebooks, and more. It saves patrons time by surfacing the best content. And when it comes to content, EDS has more than 3.4 billion searchable records, with material from over 20,000 publishers, including 3,000 open access publishers. EDS does more, however, than just provide a searchable index. It helps users find what they are looking for almost immediately by leveraging a comprehensive relevance and value ranking strategy that utilizes numerous criteria, including subject indexing, map-controlled vocabularies, field weighting, exact field matching, and content attribute boosting to understand the user's intent and get them what they need. In addition to its great capacity for accessing and delivering online resources, EDS can include a library's catalog records from Koha, including availability, thus enabling patrons to search for the library's physical items alongside the collection of digital materials. For Koha and EDS users, libraries have the flexibility to choose what interface they want to use. With the EDS Koha plugin, libraries can use Koha and easily integrate the EDS API into the Koha interface. Here is an example of a Koha installation of the EDS plugin, where Koha is being used to access both the library's holdings and to access EDS. We can see the features of EDS, including research starters, the content from a variety of publishers and databases, and EDS limiters and facets on the left that help a user refine their search. In summary, with the EDS plugin, you get the benefit of the EDS index with its billions of records and its relevance and value ranking, enhanced subject precision, which maps common user search terms to a unified subject index and maps concepts from its various thesauri, facets for search refinement, research starters, and more. You can also surface Koha records in the EBSCO interface for EDS. Here you are seeing an example of a Koha library using EDS to access both its catalog holdings and the EDS index. EDS is actually transitioning to a new interface, and we'll talk a bit about that now. The new updated EDS interface features an extensive array of enhancements, new capabilities, and an updated design. Libraries that incorporate their Koha catalog into the EDS interface will be able to transition easily to this new interface. This interface has been designed based on user research and feedback with an accessibility-first approach and for mobile usage. Additional improvements are personalized dashboards, modern result list, enhanced displays, greater citing and sharing options, and enhanced detailed record and full text viewer experiences. Here's the new landing page. We've just made a cleaner, more intuitive interface. And we want to note that despite the new appearance of the results, our relevance ranking and content did not change. Improvements to the interface include a clearer indicator for which articles are peer-reviewed, improved filter navigation, and items can be liked by tagging them. Based on user feedback, we've moved functionality directly to the result list, like the ability to cite, add items to a project, share references, and download, all without having to leave the results screen. The interface also has a new dashboard feature, which serves as the user's virtual, personalized home in the library. It's where projects can be kept and organized, and where users can see searches and items they have liked. The new interface will also connect to our new concept map feature, which is an alternate way to organize and view results in a graphical visual display. Concept Map helps users make new connections and draw correlations across related topics. Users can also find hidden relationships between and among concepts and make connections across fields of study, thus making interdisciplinary research easier for specialists. Essentially, the new EDS is going to improve the discovery process for each of EDS's many resources and help every user. EBSCO will be rolling out the new interface to customers based on customer readiness. Importantly, because the new EDS will be populated from a library's current profile, there is no migration transition. In keeping with the open source spirit of the Koha EBSCO partnership, we also wanted to show some examples of collaboration with the community in the past year on the Koha plugin. EBSCO values the feedback we get from the Koha community so that we can make sure that not only is the code updated, but also so that we can leverage the contributions of the community to address issues or solutions that members have come up with. Shown here are pull requests from the past year that were merged into the core code or integrated into other PRs, representing a mix of code written by community members and by EBSCO staff. And here are some of the issues that were closed this year, representing both those posted to GitHub, as well as those sent directly into EBSCO support. We at EBSCO appreciate all the contributions that have come from the community, whether by submitting issues, contributing code, or commenting on pull requests along the way. We appreciated this opportunity to share with you details about the power of the Koha EBSCO plugin and to tell you about the future of EDS. Thank you.
Nearly all New Zealanders use the internet every day. We use it for work, socialising, learning, when planning and embarking on adventures, and for capturing those special moments to make them last forever. Internet NZ is a not-for-profit and the home of all .nz domain names. The income from .nz helps us keep the internet open, secure and accessible for everyone. We provide support to increase knowledge and empower communities. We research and explore the opportunities and challenges the internet brings. And we proudly stand for the best the internet has to offer and helping people make the most of it. We're passionate about helping New Zealanders harness the power of the internet. Together, we can build a better online Aotearoa New Zealand.
FE Technologies is working with libraries across the world to give them cutting-edge technology that improves the library experience for both employees and patrons. If you're thinking about library RFID, you'll find FE Technologies' suite of solutions and offerings is hard to beat for a number of reasons. First, we offer a seamless solution. Our RFID products all work together to enhance the user experience, improve staff productivity, increase circulation rates, and provide unmatched security. Unlike other RFID solutions that are often piecemealed together and don't speak to one another, FE Technologies offers an end-to-end solution that manages every aspect of your library in one place. Second, we are more than a solution provider. We're a partner in your success. Our customer project team is responsive, engaged, and interested in setting up the best system for your library. Other companies will sell you some software and disappear. FE Technology is there every step of the way to ensure you're getting the most out of our systems. If you're looking to upgrade your library, contact us today for a free consultation. We've been helping libraries improve for over 10 years and no one else compares to our level of service and seamless RFID solutions.
Hello, I'm David Podboy, and I'm the manager for Field Library Services Engineering in North America. And today I'm going to be talking about EBSCO Discovery Service. Since 2014, EBSCO has worked with the Koha community to build a partnership based on the opportunities presented by interoperability and configurability, as well as the creativity of the open source community. This video discusses the capabilities of EBSCO Discovery Service, or EDS, how its plugin meshes with Koha, and the work EBSCO and the Koha community have accomplished in the past year. It also previews EDS's new interface and features. So what is EDS? For those of you that aren't familiar with EDS, it's a single search box that allows patrons to search simultaneously across all of their library's electronic resources. This includes databases, a catalog like Koha, books, ebooks, and more. It saves patrons time by surfacing the best content. And when it comes to content, EDS has more than 3.4 billion searchable records, with material from over 20,000 publishers, including 3,000 open access publishers. EDS does more, however, than just provide a searchable index. It helps users find what they are looking for almost immediately by leveraging a comprehensive relevance and value ranking strategy that utilizes numerous criteria, including subject indexing, map-controlled vocabularies, field weighting, exact field matching, and content attribute boosting to understand the user's intent and get them what they need. In addition to its great capacity for accessing and delivering online resources, EDS can include a library's catalog records from Koha, including availability, thus enabling patrons to search for the library's physical items alongside the collection of digital materials. For Koha and EDS users, libraries have the flexibility to choose what interface they want to use. With the EDS Koha plugin, libraries can use Koha and easily integrate the EDS API into the Koha interface. Here is an example of a Koha installation of the EDS plugin, where Koha is being used to access both the library's holdings and to access EDS. We can see the features of EDS, including research starters, the content from a variety of publishers and databases, and EDS limiters and facets on the left that help a user refine their search. In summary, with the EDS plugin, you get the benefit of the EDS index with its billions of records and its relevance and value ranking, enhanced subject precision, which maps common user search terms to a unified subject index and maps concepts from its various thesauri, facets for search refinement, research starters, and more. You can also surface Koha records in the EBSCO interface for EDS. Here you are seeing an example of a Koha library using EDS to access both its catalog holdings and the EDS index. EDS is actually transitioning to a new interface, and we'll talk a bit about that now. The new updated EDS interface features an extensive array of enhancements, new capabilities, and an updated design. Libraries that incorporate their Koha catalog into the EDS interface will be able to transition easily to this new interface. This interface has been designed based on user research and feedback with an accessibility-first approach and for mobile usage. Additional improvements are personalized dashboards, modern result list, enhanced displays, greater citing and sharing options, and enhanced detailed record and full-text viewer experiences. Here's the new landing page. We've just made a cleaner, more intuitive interface. And we want to note that despite the new appearance of the results, our relevance ranking and content did not change. Improvements to the interface include a clearer indicator for which articles are peer-reviewed, improved filter navigation, and items can be liked by tagging them. Based on user feedback, we've moved functionality directly to the result list, like the ability to cite, add items to a project, share references, and download, all without having to leave the results screen. The interface also has a new dashboard feature, which serves as the user's virtual, personalized home in the library. It's where projects can be kept and organized, and where users can see searches and items they have liked. The new interface will also connect to our new concept map feature, which is an alternate way to organize and view results in a graphical visual display. Concept Map helps users make new connections and draw correlations across related topics. Users can also find hidden relationships between and among concepts and make connections across fields of study, thus making interdisciplinary research easier for specialists. Essentially, the new EDS is going to improve the discovery process for each of EDS's many resources and help every user. EBSCO will be rolling out the new interface to customers based on customer readiness. Importantly, because the new EDS will be populated from a library's current profile, there is no migration transition. In keeping with the open source spirit of the Koha EBSCO partnership, we also wanted to show some examples of collaboration with the community in the past year on the Koha plugin. EBSCO values the feedback we get from the Koha community so that we can make sure that not only is the code updated, but also so that we can leverage the contributions of the community to address issues or solutions that members have come up with. Shown here are pull requests from the past year that were merged into the core code or integrated into other PRs, representing a mix of code written by community members and by EBSCO staff. And here are some of the issues that were closed this year, representing both those posted to GitHub, as well as those sent directly into EBSCO support. We at EBSCO appreciate all the contributions that have come from the community, whether by submitting issues, contributing code, or commenting on pull requests along the way. We appreciated this opportunity to share with you details about the power of the Koha EBSCO plugin and to tell you about the future of EDS. Thank you.
Hello, Kohacon 2020. I'm Lisette Scheer from the Latah County Library District, headquartered in Moscow, Idaho. Today, I'm going to talk about our consortium, Valnet, some of the problems we face, and our current solutions to those problems. All the code snippets that I'll show or talk about during this presentation will be available at github.com/Lisette Scheer/Kohacon2020. There will be two folders, one for jQuery snippets and one for SQL. First, a little about Valnet. Valnet had its origins in 1983, when libraries in the Lewis and Clark Valley formed the Valley Library Consortium. Staff from member libraries met regularly to brainstorm on ways to share materials. This group became the Valley Automated Library Network, Valnet for short, and introduced its first shared catalog and courier system in 1988. The organization is now known simply as Valnet. The valley discussed in earlier versions of the name is here the Lewis and Clark Valley, which houses the towns of Lewiston, Idaho, and Clarkston, Washington. The goal of Valnet is to share resources among all member libraries for the benefit of patrons at all those libraries. We have a shared catalog and courier, and any Valnet patron can obtain and use a Valnet card at any location, although public schools only issue cards to faculty and students. All our libraries must agree to share all their materials, with some exceptions for specialty and staff collections. It is 170 miles to drive from our furthest south branch, Elk City, to our furthest north branch, Potlatch. On the right side of the screen, these are the cards our patrons can choose from when creating a card. There are three main problems our consortium faces today. First, we have many libraries and districts that each have their own needs. Some of these needs are imposed by outside governing entities, such as a school district, or a city library, such as Lewiston City Library. Some of these needs are imposed by an internal board, such as the Grangeville Library and the Latah County Library District. Second, we have a mix of libraries and districts, such as Latah County Library District and the Prairie River Library District, and standalone libraries such as Lewiston and Elk City. There are different needs for multi-branch systems versus standalone branches within the consortium. Finally, there are the different needs of school libraries and public libraries. Schools have different needs for their patrons and collections. I'm going to break down some of the specific instances for each set of problems, as well as some of our solutions. The first problem we face is many libraries with many needs. What are some of the different needs in Valnet? To fine or not to fine? That is the question. Most of our school libraries never charged fines because of the school's requirements surrounding taking money from students. Last year, the boards of various Valnet libraries began the process of deciding if and when to go fine-free. Most of the libraries in the consortium went fine-free by February, except for Latah County and Grangeville Public. Latah County had planned to go fine-free at the end of March, but the shutdown to the state of Idaho due to COVID-19 changed our timeline. Instead, we went fine-free once we closed and started advertising after we reopened in June. We extended all our due dates, first with help from Bywater, then with the awesome new tool, until right before we reopened, so there were no fines at that point. Currently, Grangeville is the only library that is still collecting fines on their materials. This problem ties in with the next problem, differing circulation periods. When Valnet formed, and as new libraries have joined, we've allowed everyone to keep their own circulation rules. This can cause problems for both our patrons and our staff in a few ways. Patrons sometimes get confused because their items all have different due dates. Also, if they get an item that has fines, it can cause confusion, since our branch no longer collects or charges late fines. It can also be confusing for staff, both when setting and updating rules in the Circ and Fine Rules table, as well as when checking out items with different due dates, and sometimes when placing holds on items at libraries that allow a different number of holds than your home branch. Another problem we run into is the differing libraries' needs on the purchase suggestion page. Some branches don't want to do online purchase suggestions at all, while others want to have different notes and requirements for their patron suggestions. So how do we solve each of these problems? Well, the first two tie in together. Since each library has their own circ rules, we can't just set all the fines to 0 at branches that have no fines and have their patrons never get fines, no matter where the item comes from. There has been some talk about standardizing the rules, but since these libraries have different needs, that might not work out anytime soon. For now, other libraries write off Grangeville fines when they come in for our patrons. Before the libraries that did go fine-free went fine-free, we would each keep the fines that were collected at our branches, rather than send money through the courier. So, now we're all writing off Grangeville fines, because we would have been collecting the money for ourselves, and trying to figure out a good solution so that Grangeville doesn't lose too much revenue from this change. But patrons at fine-free libraries also don't have to pay to the one library. If our circ and fine rules were standardized, we could more easily do that. For the purchase suggestion differences, I have a few bits of jQuery to show off today. Big thanks to Lucas at Bywater, who helped me when I've hit roadblocks, and also to George Williams, who set up some of the code that we'll be talking about today when he was in my position. First, I'm going to talk about a couple of changes to the staff client purchase suggestion screen. This code would need to be entered into the intranet user JS. This chunk of JQ is used for a number of uses on the staff client, such as formatting some shelving locations on the check-in screen, automatically populating a patron attribute only Latah County uses, and this purchase suggestion code. It is used to identify certain staff patrons as LCLD staff by checking if their username contains certain strings, in this case, MOS for the Moscow Public Library. If so, this checks if their username contains MOS, and if it does, it gives them the attribute LCLD staff. Then, if the logged in username has the attribute of LCLD staff, we can do some more. My focus right now is on the purchase suggestion page. For Latah County Library staff, we had a line before the notes field that says, "Please ask patron if they would like interlibrary loan, if not purchased by the library," and put ILL yes or ILL no in the field. Also, please initial. Not every library in the consortium does interlibrary loan, so we don't want to add that to every staff's purchase suggestion page because it might be confusing. Also, not all the libraries that use interlibrary loan use the same process as Latah County. Latah County, if the item isn't purchased and it fits within our parameters for interlibrary loan, we'll send it along to our interlibrary loan staff. Throughout Valnet, we use shared staff logins at the circulation desk. Each branch has a branch code circ account. For example, MOS circ. Since we have shared logins, we also want to make sure staff are initially in the purchase suggestions, so if we have follow-up questions for the staff member, we know who to ask. Here is what this note looks like for staff. This next section is a little more complicated. First, I'm going to highlight a couple of system-wide changes I made so my examples make sense. Then I'll show you the code and examples for our setups. This is all on the patron side. And in the OPAC user.js, we've changed the labels for adult to author/key actors and to collection title to youth or adult item. This more closely matches how our consortium uses the purchase suggestion form. We've also hidden the publication place, quantity, publisher, and standard number from the patron screen. I am looking forward to bug 23420 being pushed, which is currently in past QA. That way I'll be able to take some of this code out. Here's what the edited form looks like currently. Now for the branch-specific options. This also goes in the same OPAC user.js. First, we set up to hide the form as the default by assigning the class formHide to the form. Then, for each branch that wants a custom text block at the top of the suggestion page, we prepend a div for that branch or district and make it hidden, then populate it with the information that we want. So, at the start of the form, we'll prepend a div for Latah that's hidden with the information we want, and you can put any kind of HTML in there, so we put a link to our website. Since patrons have logged in branch stored on the page, we can do some slick customization per branch. I start with setting a variable with the logged in username's branch code. This will let us set the patron's page based up on their logged in library. So we say document ready function, let the logged in branch variable equal the logged in username attribute data branch code. Then, for each branch that wants the purchase suggestion page turned on, you need to unhide the form and any custom information. So, if the logged in branch is equal to Beauville, a Latah County branch, you can remove the hidden attribute from both Latah and remove the class from the form. You can also do other customization options, such as hiding additional fields or adding more notes to fields specific to a branch or system. Currently, we don't have a need for that, but I have tested it. And you would just put it in between these, after this form hide, but before this bracket. At the end, you'll need to do an else and replace the form span with something like this. So else div span replace with, your library does not currently accept online purchase suggestions. Please contact your local branch for more information. You could also use this code without the hiding of the form to just customize the form and not hide things, in which case instead of hiding, you would just leave that part out and then you wouldn't need to do an else at the bottom or remove the hidden class from the form. Here's what the form looks like when a library has it turned off. No form, just this text. There is a bug for custom text for the top of each branch using the news feature, and that's bug 26630. The second problem we face is having a mix of district and standalone libraries. One problem that staff of districts within a consortium face is the changing of settings. For things like the circ and fine rules, as well as holidays on the calendar, it can be a headache to copy those changes to each branch. There is a bug for setting circ and fine rules by group, 16207. So, hopefully one day we will have that. For calendars, we have jQuery that keeps the copy to all libraries button hidden, so, for example, a school doesn't accidentally close all the libraries in the consortium when closing their school district for the summer. This is the code that we use for that. And then we can just go in and comment this code out if we do need to add a consortium-wide holiday, like when we closed everything for COVID. We did that. The hierarchical groups feature in Koha made it easy to write reports where you can specify different groups of reports needing by using the drop-down menu. I have SQL snippets in the repository I linked at the start of the presentation for how to set up the drop-downs and how to set reports to show the description of the home library instead of this is my example of how we add in library groups as a drop-down to a report. So on this one you'll have to make sure to call left join the library groups. In this example it's items owned by libraries in a group, a shelf list. So this way I can do items home branch equals library groups branch code, and then the library group's parent ID will equal group pipe groups, and that will give us a drop down when we go to run the report where we can pick one of the groups. And then that'll give us just the ones with home branch. It has a parent ID that matches for Latah County Library District. So then for this example, we'll show library groups. It'll show the description or title, whichever way you want to do it, rather than just the ID. But you do have to call the library groups table twice. So how you do that is you would call the library groups and then give it an alias. In this case I did LG parent, and then left join library groups with a different alias, LG child. On the parent LG parent ID is going to equal the LG child parent ID field. Confusing, I know. And then that way you can get the parent title or description for each branch name and branch. That's what this report example is. And so that can be helpful, especially if you're running a report that maybe has multiple, you're not like limiting on the group necessarily, but you are wanting to see which group they're in, maybe for sorting purposes. Purchase suggestion collection development works a little differently for library districts versus standalone libraries in Koha. Because the library puts everything into one branch, it's our purchasers have to look at 7 separate branches for items to check. So instead, we've done something a little different. Our district has 2 purchasers, one for adult materials and one for youth materials. The branches also have a small paperback budget, but the bulk of the collection purchasing is done via the Youth and Adult Services librarians. To make the process of using these suggestions easier for them, we've set up suggest status, that's an authorized value, options that are specific to our county. Then each purchaser has a link to LCLD send to adult or LCLD send to youth for all libraries. This is what the suggestions management page looks like now. To help with keeping the tabs from cluttering the other librarian's screen, I've written some jQuery that hides those tabs if the staff member does not have the LCLD staff attribute from the earlier code. I added this to the end of the section where I define Latah County specific code. Since the section starts with an if and there isn't an else at the end, I can add an else statement at the end that affects all non-LCLD staff. So for each of those tabs, I said else, the suggestion, well, I said else, and then I did for each suggestion tab name, it says it has a line like this, and it's all within this bracket. And so with all of those, these are the only ones that show. We use declined instead of rejected consortium-wide, but occasionally one still ends up in rejected, so we like to have that visible. This way, other consortium staff gets a nice cleaned up set of tabs. There are a couple bugs related to these. Bug 26649, authorized value suggest status doesn't currently respect branch limitation, so it shows up for everybody whether they're at that branch or not. And bug 21328, which is for viewing purchase suggestions via a hierarchical group rather than having that as an option, instead of only having by branch as an option. With most of our libraries now going fine free, the main differences in the school library's needs and the public library's needs is the need for summer closures for the schools. If the branches were all closing for the same dates, we could use the calendar and some system preferences to lock everything down, which we did when all the branches closed for a few months during COVID, or a very number of months, but at the start we were all closed. And each school has different schedules, and here's what we have to do for each branch. Set hard due dates, calendar closures, turn off pickup location, add news to the OPAC, and hide those branches' items from the OPAC, as well as changing rules so holds can't be placed. Then we have to undo each of these steps when we're ready to reopen. For each school branch, we have this set of code in the OPAC user.js field that disables, so in the OPAC user.js, the option, that's the branch code value, we make it disabled and append that it's closed for the summer. So then each option won't be pickable and will show that it's closed for the summer. If the patron has a home library for one of those branches, they'll get an alert that their home branch is closed for the summer and the JS will unselect the option. So if whichever branch selected value is Ash, which is the library that's closed, then you get an alert that your home branch is closed for the summer. Please select a different pickup location and unselects that branch. We do this instead of shutting them off as pickup locations because we want patrons to know why they can't pick up at their regular home library. Bug 12450 suggests adding an interface that would allow you to set all the options in one place with a start and end date to more easily facilitate closures. This would be helpful both for school library closures as well as closures for remodels or extenuating circumstances such as the COVID-19 closures. Thank you so much for attending my presentation. You can email me at lisettes@laytalibrary.org if you have any questions. I'm also on Twitter at Lisette Scheer. Our Valnet catalog is available at valnet.org, and you can find me in the IRC as Lisette Layta. I've also listed the bugs I referenced down on the bottom of the slide. I should be joining you shortly for a live Q&A. Thanks, everyone!
Hi, I'm William Tuttiett, and I'm the current Web and Digital Content Coordinator here at Libraries Horowhenua and Horowhenua District Council. I was born in Bangkok, Thailand, and immigrated over to New Zealand at a young age, where I found myself moving around the lower North Island and the east coast of Australia until finally deciding to settle in Horowhenua for the last years of forever. This is where I attended one of the top 2 high schools that a small town of 20,000 people has to offer, Horowhenua College. There I studied the typical STEM classes, but leaned towards technological design in the last year or 2, which led me down the route that I'm on now. My first job after high school was as a digital printing press operator in Palmerston North. This was a job where I learned invaluable workplace skills, such as the importance of paying attention to fine detail and problem-solving complex situations. Not to mention some of the other qualities that my colleagues find mildly annoying, yet entertaining, like my slight OCD tendencies. Fast forward a year later, to find myself back home in the big LVN, live-in, with my current job where I am blessed to work with some of the most interesting minds I've ever come across. We have such a diverse comms team who bring all different skills, complementing each other and working to our great strengths. So I'm going to touch on 5 main points during this presentation, the points being the historical context of Koha, how I learned to use Koha, a bit on HTML, where you can go for support, and where to next. Koha within my organisation. Koha was originally created in 1999 for Horowhenua Library Trust, a 3-branch library system, which of course is now Libraries Horowhenua under Horowhenua District Council. Kathryn Communications created a new system to replace their library management system that was deemed not to be compliant with the year 2000 date change. They were interested in developing a new system rather than purchase another product, one which was affordable, met their and their users' needs, and used a web browser interface. Consistent with many other business applications created in the open source model at the time, Kathryn made use of other open source components, MySQL for its relational database management system, Perl for programming its business logic and interfaces, the Linux operating system, and the Apache web server. These technology components were well suited to mid-level business applications. Since its original version, these basic components have remained in place, though the program code has been rewritten and radically expanded during its 14 years of development. Upon its completion and implementation, Kathryn and Horowhenua Library Trust decided to release Koha as open source, so that its ongoing development might be more sustainable should other libraries want to use and improve the software. Koha, in the Māori language of the indigenous population in New Zealand, means gift. By making the software freely available, Horowhenua Library Trust wanted to ensure the subsequent modifications and additions by other organisations were open source as well. Benefiting all users, this remains the philosophy of the real Koha to this day. Libraries Horowhenua is still very proud and committed to Koha. How I learned how to use Koha. I spent the first few weeks in my new role getting to know the lay of the land, as you do. In the first few weeks, I became familiar with learning how the old OPAC works, then I learned we were in the midst of upgrading it. The old OPAC works was perfectly functional, but it was wordy, clunky, not so modern and vibrant as we would have liked it to be. It wasn't easy to navigate either. It had basic library catalogue functions, it did its job, but it was time for a revamp. Research studies continue to report that users have great difficulties because their design does not incorporate sufficient understanding of searching behaviour. Wilson and Given discovered that users experience difficulties using OPACs. They tend to lack the basic skills required to perform a search and don't always use the facilities and features offered. Internet search engines pose another challenge because users generally prefer Google to conduct their searches. The OPAC is an important tool to help us find library resources efficiently. Catalyst, our council team and libraries team, mainly our collections manager Larissa and libraries manager Wendy Fraser, collaborated on developing the new look OPAC. They designed the graphic, colours, content, etc., and Catalyst updated the OPAC. The new features improved the appearance and overall user experience. Some of the new highlights included a custom slider of resources, which allows librarians to choose which books they wish to showcase. Customizable content blocks now bring attention to useful library collections, such as ebooks and online resources, and a jump to opening hours widget answers that most frequent question. The navigation and search bar have also been updated in both look and usability. So a lot of the hard work was done by the time I came along. I attended Catalyst training and learned about a lot of the back-end functions. The OPAC was basically totally new to me. One of the main responsibilities is creating and managing content for other library websites, and we were at the start of a big project developing Kiri Horowhenua, a community-built digital library of arts, cultural and heritage resources for and about Horowhenua, New Zealand. So as well as learning about the OPAC, there was a huge learning curve developing workplace skills such as time management and balancing/prioritising workload, as I have had great support from Larissa and Wendy, who had seen the OPAC project through from the start and who are mentors for me really. Using the demo site, I could learn on the job, practicing and of course making mistakes and learning from them without going live. I was told to go ahead and make mistakes because that's how to learn and how to come up with ways to improve the final product. Although I backed up my work constantly by archiving all the strands of HTML, so if I did make a mistake, I could easily amend it myself. Good old work does come in handy. Looking back, I think there was only one case where I somehow managed to break everything so much that I had to swallow my pride and get the life/job-saving team at Catalyst to revert the OPAC back to an older save. HTML isn't that bad. In order to conquer HTML, you must first understand what it is, where it came from, and why it is needed. HTML is an acronym that stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Essentially, it is the standard format used to create web pages, web apps, and documents. This is a series of code that could be described as a computer's language, and is typically written in text file, then saved as HTML. When viewed on a web browser, the code is translated into the eye-friendly blend of text and other media. The first instance of HTML was created in 1989 by Tim Berners-Lee as a solution to the issue that the organisation he was working for had. His organisation being CERN, which is a European laboratory for particle physics in Geneva, Switzerland. Particle physics laboratories all across the world would constantly be sharing data with each other, but this was a tedious job. Tim Berners-Lee came up with the ultimate solution called HTML. He had created a way to pull everyone's information together from all different ends of the globe, even being able to link text within the files themselves. 31 years later, and almost 1.7 billion websites worldwide now use some form of HTML. These websites/programs that I'm going to mention really helped me with my everyday usage and even experimenting with HTML. The first program I used was Adobe Dreamweaver. I must admit, it wasn't love at first sight, much like a lot of the programs that Adobe have, as they can come across as super complicated and have more buttons than you could ever dream of using. Which I didn't know could be a thing coming from someone who supposedly likes to press them. But after a few days of keyboard smacking and button abuse, it all starts to come together and make sense. The best part about Dreamweaver is the fact that you can perform live view coding. This was especially helpful to myself in particular, as I'm a visual learner, so being able to immediately see what lines of jargon I was mashing into the keyboard represented was invaluable. W3schools.com is a great place to spend some spare time learning the ins and outs of HTML. It offers plenty of examples and even the ability to practice within the website. I have what feels like 1 million tabs from this website saved in my help folder. And the last on my list is the one and only Professor Google. With there being almost 2 billion different websites in the world, it is highly likely that someone else is facing or faced a similar issue to the one you're having and has already cracked the code. Support. Each of us has a role to play. I have found that relationships are hugely important, and I can see how the combination of sound business decision making and focus on the needs and wants of the library, including the open source philosophy, is crucial. I took part in training with Catalyst. They have very experienced instructors and a portfolio of courses to help you make the most of open source technology. It was a great overview and start for me, building up my confidence. The help desk. I always found the help desk a good source of information, no matter how silly I feel my questions are. The Koha Wiki. I do tend to check the Koha Wiki before a call to the help desk, just to see if anyone else has had the same problem. It is a huge wealth of info and advice from experienced people. The Koha mailing list. I'm part of the Koha mailing list, which is a great place to be. You can keep up to date with changes, updates, and any news there. You can even join up if you're only a lurker. Hang around and read what everyone is saying. There are people who have been around for varying lengths of time and have different areas of expertise, and communicating with these people is key to learning both how to use the software and how to participate. The libraries and the librarians. Librarians and free open source software have lots in common. They both believe that information should be freely accessible to everyone, and they're both all about communities. I find that looking at other libraries, their OPAC was useful as a guide, whilst always having in mind what our library's needs were. It's always good to talk to someone who is using it, and let them show you the inner workings and how they use the system. My librarian colleagues have brought a lot of institutional knowledge, and have supported me with great advice, moral support, and lots of cups of coffee. I will thank them one day by actually using my library card. I think it's essential that librarians are actively involved and don't just leave development to the developers and vendors. I kind of see myself as a bridge between developers and the librarians I work with, to ensure we keep in mind the end user who we serve. The future. Now that the OPAC is in place, and we have the pleasure of promoting its use to the public, our users, my role for the future will be keeping it up to date, maintenance, and keeping the information available relevant. I work alongside a team of librarians who are experts in all they do and are in touch with our customers' needs. Together we have a pretty strategic plan of how we can keep the OPAC relevant to the library user. Networks allow different users from outside the library remote access to the OPAC. These remote users may face problems that differ from the OPAC's users in the library. They may not be comfortable with the computer technology and may not be familiar with the OPAC of the library. Libraries should offer different support services than they would provide to on-site users. Libraries should be responsive to the needs of remote users. The users need technical advice as well as special instruction aids, and guides to lead them to the information they want to retrieve. This is even more relevant now as we are in the midst of an unprecedented global pandemic. Moving to open source was philosophically a good fit for Horowhenua Library Trust. It has also been a good financial and practical decision. But most importantly, it helps us to put the end user and the people we serve at the heart of decisions we make as an organisation. Finally, the woman who had the foresight to push the development of Koha, Jo Ransom, quoted Linus Torvalds from an interview with Stephen Vaughan Nichols for a Hewlett-Packard publication. He had this to say about software development. The other thing that people seem to get wrong is that they think they have to write code is what matters. No. Even if you write 100% of the code, and even if you are the best programmer in the world and will never need any help with the project at all, the thing that really matters is the users of the code. The code itself is unimportant. The project is only as useful as the people actually find it. Open source projects only survive if a community builds up around the product to ensure its continual improvement. Koha is stronger than ever now because it is supported by an active community of developers, librarians, and vendors who actually talk to each other. This is probably the biggest thing I've learned so far, to talk to each other.
Kia ora everyone. Hello everyone from Turkey. Kia ora everyone. Hello everyone from Turkey. I'm just going to switch to my presentation now. Hi again. I'd like to be in New Zealand. I'd like to see old friends, and I really wonder New Zealand. I'd like to be there, but unfortunately due to COVID, we are a bit away from you. I will talk about Central Catalog project of Devinim. Our aim is just to establish a new and largest Koha installation again. As some of you already know that we have established the largest Koha installation before. This will be the new one and maybe the much larger than the other one. So while thinking cataloging in Turkey, we have lots of different kind of libraries, from small to big libraries, of course, and especially in small and private libraries, there is no librarians. In the middle and big ones, there are librarians, but some of the catalogers don't know about the new cataloging issues, for example, RDA. And we have some very well catalogers, but they don't agree on some subjects. So while we are talking about cataloging, they think different to each other. So always librarians are talking about to share the records, but in fact there is not a good sharing options. We have a system in Turkey which is called Tuttiett. It's a national central catalog, but we have many problems with Tuttiett. I would like to talk about some of them. First of all, let me summarize the situation of Tuttiett. There are more than 200 libraries with more than 500 branches. As much as I've seen from the statistics that there are around 30 million records. I know that there is only one technical person managing the Tuttiett, and it is not a full job of managing the Tuttiett, I mean the central catalog. He is also working on other subjects, and they don't develop anymore the system. It's being still used by many libraries, but there isn't any librarian control, so they just gather from the systems. They got from bibliographic records from the library systems, and they just put without any control. They said that they are trying to merge the records, but when we go into the data, we have seen many duplicate records, and especially for the non-librarian people, it is very hard to decide which record is best, so they can't easily find the best record, and they don't decide which one to download. Tuttiett web address is here. Let me show a little bit. This is the statistics page, as you have seen from 2008 to now. Those are the months. This one is October, this month. The first row is the search. The second one is the login number, and the last row is mark download number. There is a peak in April. I don't know the reason. Maybe because of COVID. I don't know. So there are lots of records, and you have basic search and detailed search. in order to save some time, I have searched before, for example, this one. I also put the date, the year, and name and the order. As you have seen, we got 5 records. All of them are same, but they are not merged in one record. So we have 5 different records for an bibliographic record. So the librarian or non-librarian should decide which one is best. As you have seen, there are lots of different issues. For example, order issues in some example, not here, but in some other records. For example, edition. You have seen they are just using letter, different one, wrong one. So also the subjects, it is English and Turkish, and you may see this one and this one are in fact is similar, but since there is a capital and small letter, so it seems as if different. So this is also the same with this one. So when you think about these subjects, every records are being stored without any control. So our aim is just to make those records, enhance the records and serve the people. Let us look at another example. For example, this one is also another item, and you may see different ISBNs, or there is no ISBN in this one. This record and this record are belong to same library, but it's different. I don't know the reason. There are lots of problems like that. So when you go to detail, you may go to mark records, and when you go to detail, you will also see lots of different problems in mark records. So even if you find the best one in the system, when you download the mark record, you may download from here, and when you put your into your system, you will also need to change lots of records here. Let's look at the same record in our systems. This is our test environment. So we have also cataloged this one. So we are just trying to put lots of records in our system. So what's our aim? We have 3 main aims in this system. First of all, starting with Turkish books and materials, we would like to create the largest Turkish catalog system. Of course, we will use Koha, and in the future, if we have some opportunities and possibilities, we will also put other languages in our central catalog. The second aim is to serve this catalog mainly our Koha users and maybe some other system and some other users in the future, because we have big university academic libraries, but we have also some special, some small, some private libraries. They also want to use this system. So the third one is maybe the most important one. We would like to create a new mechanism that the libraries, even it's a big library or small library, when they use the here Koha system, when they run a script that we will try to write, they will see that their records are changed in our central catalog. We have enhanced and corrected some records, so they will see these records, and if they want to update their system, it will be easily updated. So what we have done up to now, we have, as you know, we have collected lots of records, more than 7 million records, MAC records we have, and around 100,000 of them already reviewed and enhanced with RDA. This is the first phase of our project, and of course we need more librarians, experts, volunteers to review the remaining records. We are not just using the librarians, we also try to merge and enhance our records with some scripts. And some of our customers already started to download records through Z3950. This is a good development for us and for libraries. And we will also start in near future, and if we have some fund, of course, the third aim, and they will easily see the changes. Maybe in the future there is a cross platform. I mean, from our catalog center to library, from library to our catalog center, we will share the records. So in this way we will try to make a big system, and we will also try to correct the bibliographic records in Turkey. This is the new project. We have lots of things to do, and the first one already done. We have lots of MAC records, and we started to review them, and our customers started to use this system, and we will also develop this system. If you wanna have or if you want to ask any question, if you'd like to suggest something, please welcome. Thank you for listening, and have a nice weekend. See you.
Nearly all New Zealanders use the internet every day. We use it for work, socialising, learning, when planning and embarking on adventures, and for capturing those special moments to make them last forever. Internet NZ is a not-for-profit and the home of all .nz domain names. The income from .nz helps us keep the internet open, secure and accessible for everyone. We provide support to increase knowledge and empower communities. We research and explore the opportunities and challenges the internet brings. and we proudly stand for the best the internet has to offer and helping people make the most of it. We're passionate about helping New Zealanders harness the power of the internet. Together, we can build a better online Aotearoa New Zealand.
FE Technologies is working with libraries across the world to give them cutting-edge technology that improves the library experience for both employees and patrons. If you're thinking about library RFID, you'll find FE Technologies' suite of solutions and offerings is hard to beat for a number of reasons. First, we offer a seamless solution. Our RFID products all work together to enhance the user experience, improve staff productivity, increase circulation rates, and provide unmatched security. Unlike other RFID solutions that are often piecemealed together and don't speak to one another, FE Technologies offers an end-to-end solution that manages every aspect of your library in one place. Second, we are more than a solution provider. We're a partner in your success. Our customer project team is responsive, engaged, and interested in setting up the best system for your library. Other companies will sell you some software and disappear. FE Technology is there every step of the way to ensure you're getting the most out of our systems. If you're looking to upgrade your library, contact us today for a free consultation. We've been helping libraries improve for over 10 years and no one else compares to our level of service and seamless RFID solutions.
Field Library Services Engineering in North America. And today I'm going to be talking about EBSCO Discovery Service. Since 2014, EBSCO has worked with the Koha community to build a partnership based on the opportunities presented by interoperability and configurability, as well as the creativity of the open source community. This video discusses the capabilities of EBSCO Discovery Service, or EDS, how its plugin meshes with Koha, and the work EBSCO and the Koha community have accomplished in the past year. It also previews EDS's new interface and features. So what is EDS? For those of you that aren't familiar with EDS, it's a single search box that allows patrons to search simultaneously across all of their library's electronic resources. This includes databases, a catalog like Koha, books, ebooks, and more. It saves patrons time by surfacing the best content. And when it comes to content, EDS has more than 3.4 billion searchable records, with material from over 20,000 publishers, including 3,000 open access publishers. EDS does more, however, than just provide a searchable index. It helps users find what they are looking for almost immediately by leveraging a comprehensive relevance and value ranking strategy that utilizes numerous criteria, including subject indexing, map-controlled vocabularies, field weighting, exact field matching, and content attribute boosting to understand the user's intent and get them what they need. In addition to its great capacity for accessing and delivering online resources, EDS can include a library's catalog records from Koha, including availability, thus enabling patrons to search for the library's physical items alongside the collection of digital materials. For Koha and EDS users, libraries have the flexibility to choose what interface they want to use. With the EDS Koha plugin, libraries can use Koha and easily integrate the EDS API into the Koha interface. Here is an example of a Koha installation of the EDS plugin, where Koha is being used to access both the library's holdings and to access EDS. We can see the features of EDS, including research starters, the content from a variety of publishers and databases, and EDS limiters and facets on the left that help a user refine their search. In summary, with the EDS plugin, you get the benefit of the EDS index with its billions of records and its relevance and value ranking, enhanced subject precision, which maps common user search terms to a unified subject index and maps concepts from its various thesauri, facets for search refinement, research starters, and more. You can also surface Koha records in the EBSCO interface for EDS. Here you are seeing an example of a Koha library using EDS to access both its catalog holdings and the EDS index. EDS is actually transitioning to a new interface, and we'll talk a bit about that now. The new updated EDS interface features an extensive array of enhancements, new capabilities, and an updated design. Libraries that incorporate their Koha catalog into the EDS interface will be able to transition easily to this new interface. This interface has been designed based on user research and feedback with an accessibility-first approach and for mobile usage. Additional improvements are personalized dashboards, modern result list, enhanced displays, greater citing and sharing options, and enhanced detailed record and full text viewer experiences. Here's the new landing page. We've just made a cleaner, more intuitive interface. And we want to note that despite the new appearance of the results, our relevance ranking and content did not change. Improvements to the interface include a clearer indicator for which articles are peer-reviewed, improved filter navigation, and items can be liked by tagging them. Based on user feedback, we've moved functionality directly to the result list, like the ability to cite, add items to a project, share references, and download, all without having to leave the results screen. The interface also has a new dashboard feature, which serves as the user's virtual, personalized home in the library. It's where projects can be kept and organized, and where users can see searches and items they have liked. The new interface will also connect to our new concept map feature, which is an alternate way to organize and view results in a graphical visual display. Concept map helps users make new connections and draw correlations across related topics. Users can also find hidden relationships between and among concepts and make connections across fields of study, thus making interdisciplinary research easier for specialists. Essentially, the new EDS is going to improve the discovery process for each of EDS's many resources and help every user. EBSCO will be rolling out the new interface to customers based on customer readiness. Importantly, because the new EDS will be populated from a library's current profile, there is no migration transition. In keeping with the open source spirit of the Koha EBSCO partnership, we also wanted to show some examples of collaboration with the community in the past year on the Koha plugin. EBSCO values the feedback we get from the Koha community so that we can make sure that not only is the code updated, but also so that we can leverage the contributions of the community to address issues or solutions that members have come up with. Shown here are pull requests from the past year that were merged into the core code or integrated into other PRs, representing a mix of code written by community members and by EBSCO staff. And here are some of the issues that were closed this year, representing both those posted to GitHub, as well as those sent directly into EBSCO support. We at EBSCO appreciate all the contributions that have come from the community, whether by submitting issues, contributing code, or commenting on pull requests along the way. We appreciated this opportunity to share with you details about the power of the Koha EBSCO plugin and to tell you about the future of EDS. Thank you.
Kia ora everyone.
Nearly all New Zealanders use the internet every day. We use it for work, socialising, learning, when planning and embarking on adventures, and for capturing those special moments to make them last forever. Internet NZ is a not-for-profit and the home of all .nz domain names. The income from .nz helps us keep the internet open, secure and accessible for everyone. We provide support to increase knowledge and empower communities. We research and explore the opportunities and challenges the internet brings. And we proudly stand for the best the internet has to offer and helping people make the most of it. We're passionate about helping New Zealanders harness the power of the internet. Together, we can build a better online Aotearoa New Zealand.
FE Technologies is working with libraries across the world to give them cutting-edge technology that improves the library experience for both employees and patrons. If you're thinking about library RFID, you'll find FE Technologies' suite of solutions and offerings is hard to beat for a number of reasons. First, we offer a seamless solution. Our RFID products all work together to enhance the user experience, improve staff productivity, increase circulation rates, and provide unmatched security. Unlike other RFID solutions that are often piecemealed together and don't speak to one another, FE Technologies offers an end-to-end solution that manages every aspect of your library in one place. Second, we are more than a solution provider. We're a partner in your success. Our customer project team is responsive, engaged, and interested in setting up the best system for your library. Other companies will sell you some software and disappear. FE Technology is there every step of the way to ensure you're getting the most out of our systems. If you're looking to upgrade your library, contact us today for a free consultation. We've been helping libraries improve for over 10 years and no one else compares to our level of service and seamless RFID solutions.
Hello, I'm David Podboy, and I'm the manager for Field Library Services Engineering in North America. And today I'm going to be talking about EBSCO Discovery Service. Since 2014, EBSCO has worked with the Koha community to build a partnership based on the opportunities presented by interoperability and configurability, as well as the creativity of the open source community. This video discusses the capabilities of EBSCO Discovery Service, or EDS, how its plugin meshes with Koha, and the work EBSCO and the Koha community have accomplished in the past year. It also previews EDS's new interface and features. So what is EDS? For those of you that aren't familiar with EDS, it's a single search box that allows patrons to search simultaneously across all of their library's electronic resources. This includes databases, a catalog like Koha, books, ebooks, and more. It saves patrons time by surfacing the best content. And when it comes to content, EDS has more than 3.4 billion searchable records, with material from over 20,000 publishers, including 3,000 open access publishers. EDS does more, however, than just provide a searchable index. It helps users find what they are looking for almost immediately by leveraging a comprehensive relevance and value ranking strategy that utilizes numerous criteria, including subject indexing, map-controlled vocabularies, field weighting, exact field matching, and content attribute boosting to understand the user's intent and get them what they need. In addition to its great capacity for accessing and delivering online resources, EDS can include a library's catalog records from Koha, including availability, thus enabling patrons to search for the library's physical items alongside the collection of digital materials. For Koha and EDS users, libraries have the flexibility to choose what interface they want to use. With the EDS Koha plugin, libraries can use Koha and easily integrate the EDS API into the Koha interface. Here is an example of a Koha installation of the EDS plugin, where Koha is being used to access both the library's holdings and to access EDS. We can see the features of EDS, including research starters, the content from a variety of publishers and databases, and EDS limiters and facets on the left that help a user refine their search. In summary, with the EDS plugin, you get the benefit of the EDS index with its billions of records and its relevance and value ranking, enhanced subject precision, which maps common user search terms to a unified subject index and maps concepts from its various thesauri, facets for search refinement, research starters, and more. You can also surface Koha records in the EBSCO interface for EDS. Here you are seeing an example of a Koha library using EDS to access both its catalog holdings and the EDS index. EDS is actually transitioning to a new interface, and we'll talk a bit about that now. The new updated EDS interface features an extensive array of enhancements, new capabilities, and an updated design. Libraries that incorporate their Koha catalog into the EDS interface will be able to transition easily to this new interface. This interface has been designed based on user research and feedback with an accessibility-first approach and for mobile usage. Additional improvements are personalized dashboards, modern result list, enhanced displays, greater citing and sharing options, and enhanced detailed record and full text viewer experiences. Here's the new landing page. We've just made a cleaner, more intuitive interface. And we want to note that despite the new appearance of the results, our relevance ranking and content did not change. Improvements to the interface include a clearer indicator for which articles are peer-reviewed, improved filter navigation, and items can be liked by tagging them. Based on user feedback, we've moved functionality directly to the result list, like the ability to cite, add items to a project, share references, and download, all without having to leave the results screen. The interface also has a new dashboard feature, which serves as the user's virtual, personalized home in the library. It's where projects can be kept and organized, and where users can see searches and items they have liked. The new interface will also connect to our new concept map feature, which is an alternate way to organize and view results in a graphical visual display. Concept Map helps users make new connections and draw correlations across related topics. Users can also find hidden relationships between and among concepts and make connections across fields of study, thus making interdisciplinary research easier for specialists. Essentially, the new EDS is going to improve the discovery process for each of EDS's many resources and help every user. EBSCO will be rolling out the new interface to customers based on customer readiness. Importantly, because the new EDS will be populated from a library's current profile, there is no migration transition. In keeping with the open source spirit of the Koha EBSCO partnership, we also wanted to show some examples of collaboration with the community in the past year on the Koha plugin. EBSCO values the feedback we get from the Koha community so that we can make sure that not only is the code updated, but also so that we can leverage the contributions of the community to address issues or solutions that members have come up with. Shown here are pull requests from the past year that were merged into the core code or integrated into other PRs, representing a mix of code written by community members and by EBSCO staff. And here are some of the issues that were closed this year, representing both those posted to GitHub, as well as those sent directly into EBSCO support. We at EBSCO appreciate all the contributions that have come from the community, whether by submitting issues, contributing code, or commenting on pull requests along the way. We appreciated this opportunity to share with you details about the power of the Koha EBSCO plugin and to tell you about the future of EDS. Thank you.
times in the program, in particular so that those watching online don't miss things if we're running ahead. So we zipped along at high speed this morning, so I try and keep us a bit more to time this afternoon. So have a little think in between if there's anything you think you might like to ask the crowd. If we have a little bit of extra time, we can turn off the stream and have a quick chat. So now to introduce our next speaker. We have David Nind here today, and he's going to be talking about documentation for the Koha project, how we can improve it, and what plans the Koha project documentation team have for the future. So welcome, David. We're really happy to have you here, and we look forward to the talk, which is titled From a Manual to a Documentation Portal, What's the Future for Koha's Documentation? Over to David.
You might not want to clap yet. Tēnā koutou katoa, greetings and hello to you all. I guess everyone likes documentation, don't they? But probably more realistically, you like either being able to solve problems or learn something new when you're trying to figure something out. And there's nothing worse than going to the documentation for a project, and free and open source projects in particular, and it's out of date and it's not accurate. So and it's a challenge for most free and open source projects, and it's the same for Koha. So with each release for Koha, there's new features and there's enhancements and there's bug fixes, and the release notes are a mile long, and that's a good thing, I guess. But it's a challenge for the documentation team to keep up. Now, I'm not speaking on behalf of the documentation team, although I am part of it, but these are my ideas, and some of these things may not go anywhere, but these are my ideas on how we can look at improving the Koha documentation. The project's 20 years old and it's had a manual of some sort during that period. And what I'm going to talk about today, if you were at Kohacon19 or you watched the live stream, there's going to be some things familiar because it's pretty much similar presentation. And I haven't magically magicked up a document portal that answers all your questions and is 100% up to date. And 6-9 months ago, I thought this would be a good idea, and I had tons of time to make something work and demo something. So this is more ideas, and I'm good at ideas. I'm not necessarily good at making them work. But I thought I'd get straight to the point and say where I think we should be heading. And at the moment, and I'll cover each of these 3 points as we go through. And I thought I'd get straight to the point. So at the moment, Koha manual is the traditional book type manual, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the bigger trend in the technical communication or technical writing community is a topic-based approach. And by that, what I mean by that is you have short chunks around a particular topic that's succinct and standalone. So you might have a task to, I was going to say add a catalogue record, but that's not quite a simple task. But you have a succinct thing that says do step 1, step 2, step 3. And you don't mix it in with reference material describing all the various things. Because when you're trying to do something, you just want to know, what do I have to do? And I don't have years to read through this manual. And you might have reference material, so stuff you look up occasionally because you don't know what it means, or it's something you don't use regularly. And you might, if you're new to Koha or a certain part of Koha, for example, I don't know very much about cataloguing or what are some of the other things in Koha that transfers and things like that. When you're new to a particular topic that you're not familiar with, concept topics try and explain what's happening here. But by and large, what's happening in the commercial world and everywhere else is it's focusing on task-based things because people just want to get things done. and what happens is a little diagram here. You have a whole lot of topics rather than a manual and a chapter. And you combine them together with a table of contents equivalent, and then you can produce multiple outputs. It might be a guide on whatever topic, or it might be a training tutorial, or it might be a quick reference guide. But you've got all of these topics, and you can combine them into whatever information product you would like. And you can reuse those topics. So if you write something about doing XYZ and you don't copy and paste it into, I'm writing something else today, I'll just take the last one and copy it. You can reuse that one. And it's a significant change from a book-based approach to writing documentation. There are benefits, but there's lots of challenges as well. And using this approach, you could create a core set of guides or material, and then you could then reuse that for training or a support portal where everyone can get all the answers to what you want. And to do this properly, and a really basic diagram, I'm sure most of you have seen support portals for other vendors and software products. But you want to find things in one place and it be searchable and findable. But it needs a bit of a plan and a content development guide. So I think this is where Koha should potentially be going in the future. But I thought, well, why should we go that way? And these are straight out of my presentation from last year. But so in the wider world, it's not really about writing a manual anymore. So these are some of the things people are trying to do, and I like this diagram, and that's a weird font. I like this diagram. Some people are trying to learn new things. They want tutorials that are accurate and up to date. When people are new to things, they want to an explanation and trying to understand the concepts. I'm sure librarians understand what Mark's all about, particularly catalogues, but not everyone else does. And if you're just trying to solve a problem, I've got this thing I need to do, then, you're trying to solve problems, then how-to guides or step-by-step, how do I do this? And then there's the more traditional stuff, the reference that you're available. So there's one model of looking at the type of documentation a community should provide for the people that use its software. The history of content, I know everyone likes to put .1 and .2, but in the good old days you had a really, every bit of software came with a huge manual, and you'd struggle to read it all, and it would, I remember Microsoft Office manuals, and there was a whole suite of them really wide, and then they ended up in the bin when the next version came around. And then the technical communication profession went to more topic-based. They split this manual up, and you had online help, and it was a bit more focused, and then incorporated into the user interface. So, but generally, it was still one person taking responsibility for something and writing the whole lot. And now there's this idea of Content 3 or components. We've got content everywhere now for any software product or anything you can imagine. There's user forums, and there's the vendor's site, and there's CRM systems, and they've got knowledge bases, and they've got training material, and you've got tons of content about whatever it is that you have all over the place. And then the next bit, which does my head in, was the idea of content information 4.0. Sometimes now, particularly in the aerospace and pharmaceutical and other industries and heavy machinery, it's machine-to-machine talking. So this machine's configured with XYZ components, and it knows which bits to grab and display and configuration. So it's moving really fast, and it's all componentized, and it's all behind the scenes now. So I hope that doesn't, for technical communicators like me, that's sort of exciting, but it's really weird. And you've got chatbots now. I don't think I've come across a good one yet. I don't know about you, but... and then I really like this book, and it's really around everything. These content should be intelligence now, so it's broken up into those smaller modules. It's structured, it's reusable, it's format free, and you can be really smart with the content you create and use it once and make it easier for translation. The Koha community is a global community with probably, I don't know how many languages are on the translation thing, but it is worldwide, and English isn't the first language for many of the Koha community members. So if you want something really good to read, and if you're into content, it's a good read. And the last thing that's sort of happening in the wider world is content strategy. And I tend not to, I ignore everything with the word strategy in it, because I work for government. Don't tell them I said this, but they can probably watch it. Most strategies I see for government are full of waffle, really, and pretty meaningless twaddle is what I tend to say. There are some occasional good ones, but they're not really anything that you can write home about sometimes, but they look good, mostly. But the idea of content strategy for what we're talking about is, at the end you've got someone trying to do something, and ideally you have some information products that support that. So whether it's training or a guide or a tutorial or something like that, you incorporate some feedback into mechanisms. So whether it's comments or forums or whatever, and we get a lot of that with the Koha community. But to support that, how you acquire your content, all your rules and processes and translations and how you write your content sort of needs to be set behind the scenes. Need a way to deliver it. So the current manual, it's sort of continuous integration. We update a section and does its thing. Kris makes it do its thing or set it up, and then the manual, the updated pages are available once it's churned through that. There's a big thing about content engagement these days, but it's involving people and finding out what people want, and most organisations, including the free software community, only have a limited amount of resources to do things, and that's not unique by any means. And then how you manage your content, version control, and things like that. Most organisations in the commercial sector will spend a lot of money on content strategy because you tend to have marketing and writers and trainers and other people all writing content and doing it their way. There's a lot of duplication and a lot of areas that want to defend their patch. But when you try and, large organisations, when you try and combine it, sometimes they want a consultant to tell them what they knew they needed to do anyway. So doing content strategy is normally quite expensive and time-consuming, and but that's one of the key things that's happening out in the wider world. So where does that leave us? There's the Koha community. And I just thought I'd digress slightly, which I'm good at. And I'd just like to look at some of the things that are happening that I think are really good out in the Koha community, and not necessarily the documentation team. There's a couple of things there that we're working on, and it's a slow progress when it's a volunteer community. But I do have to shout out to some of the vendors that make time available for their staff to work on community things, such as the documentation and development and all those things. They're a really key part of making this happening and sharing that stuff. So I just thought I'd highlight a couple of resources that maybe you know about or maybe you don't. And I've just got some screenshots. There's some stuff from Bywater Solutions, who are one of our sponsors, of course. Koha US community has been creating a lot of stuff, and Librio has a knowledge base, and PTFS Europe, and I'm not sure where the link went there. They've got some videos on YouTube and things like that. So I just thought I'd highlight some of those. So Bywater's, have anyone not been to Bywater Solutions blogs or videos, or not watched at least one of them? No one wants to put their hand up, but okay. So if you're trying to figure out things, they've got really good stuff, and it's short and easy to listen, and I think they're talking next about some of the things they do. And they've got some good checklists and some good blogs and lots of good videos. The Monday Minutes is quite cool if people are into learning how things work. Their video channel goes back a long time, and they've always been really good at sharing their videos, and there's lots of them. And they've started some deep dive, and so if you want to know, the latest one, first one is about the Koha Advanced Cataloging Editor, which is quite cool, but anyway. And in the other, Koha US, this is just a screenshot from their page. It goes down quite a bit, but they've put a lot of resources together, and that's a really useful way if you're trying to figure out how Koha does something. And they shout out for their special interest groups, which are not just US-centric. So if you're interested in acquisitions or cataloging or any of those topics, then they've recorded them, even if the time zones don't work, and they really can be useful to watch. And Librio has a knowledge base, so it's sort of where I think we should be heading with the document portal. They've created some short pages on various topics that they get asked by their clients and customers. Their one's unusual in that it's in it's in English and French, so that's really cool as well. So it's nice to see some of that stuff. And PTFS Europe has some great videos and short videos that are easy to watch if you want to keep up to date. So I think some of that stuff's really cool and really useful. And it would be nice, you know, I don't think the documentation team could keep up, particularly with Bywater Solution. Last year we created a bit of a documentation plan, so that's on the wiki, and I will add the printable version. And that incorporates some of the things I'm talking about today. So I really welcome any feedback on that. It sort of sets the scene and some of the things we're trying to do with the documentation team, hopefully. And we've started a content development guide. Now, the developers who write the code, they have their guide and guidelines for coding and things. So the content development guide is something similar for the people writing content for the manual and other things. So it's an early stage yet, but it's, you know, incorporates things you're used to with writing, like a style guide and a terminology list. So, you know, using allow list rather than whitelist, and some of the terms like staff interface rather than staff client or intranet. So we're trying to get a lot more consistent with some of the terms we use so that it helps with translation and things like that. So we have been doing some things, but we don't have a document portal yet. So I think this is really a summary. I think, you know, it's not going to happen straight away, and I'd like to get a demonstration available or a quick demo of some of the things I've been working on. But yeah, changing to that topic-based approach so that it's small, short bits of content that you can mix and match and to create whatever it is you need to create. And I think that's the way the commercial world's going, and I think it can work for free and open source software communities as well. There's a lot of technical detail behind this, but if it scares you away, I think the current manual's done in a format called restructured text, which is pretty, if you're used to things like Markdown or things like that, it's not XML or DocBook or some of those harder to learn things, and yeah, it's very similar to Markdown in some respects. So yeah. So I just thought I'd like to leave you with a few thoughts. The goal for documentation, had a few thoughts today. But the goal of the documentation team really isn't to create a manual or guides or other information products. They're things that we should be doing, but I think the real aim is to make it easier for the people who want, organisations who want to adopt and use Koha. We want to do it so that they can solve their challenges and meet their needs of the community, rather than just writing a manual and the job's done. So I think if we take that focus, then I think that's the right way to go. I'm around the conference all this week, and I've been known to be online a bit, and so I'm happy to, if anyone's got thoughts about documentation or writing manuals or all those things, I'm happy to chat, and people can contact me if they want. And so that's all I really wanted to say within my allotted time, which is just slightly ahead. And there's some references to some of those. Some of those pictures are taken from various bits and pieces. So if you're really into documentation, feel free to look those up. I think they're quite good. And the one I really like is the one at the end, which is Kathryn Tyree, and she has a really good book saying "Badass: Making Users Awesome." So, yeah. And on Friday, all going well, there's a documentation workshop, and this won't necessarily be thinking about how to do it better, but if you want to learn the easy way to edit the manual without having to learn Git and other weird and wonderful things for version control, then, and just want to be able to use your browser to fix up that spelling mistake, then feel free to come along and I'll try and show you how we do it currently. So, thank you.
I'll put you on the spot, David, if you don't mind answering my question in a moment.
I can try.
I just let David know I'm going to put him on the spot with a question. I know I said no live questions, but as MC, I'm going to take some liberties. So, David, I was just wondering for our audience today, in person and online, if you could tell us a bit about how to participate in the documentation team.
Well, that's a good question. So, most of us, we're led by Carolyn in Libero in Montreal, Canada. We have a monthly IRC meeting, so I wouldn't be too scared of IRC if you've never used IRC. It's really easy to use. So we have a monthly meeting. We have some, and I'll post some links on the Twitter, just getting started with editing the manual. You can send us, so there's some good guides starting guides on how to edit the manual. And we're always willing to help. We'll do a one-on-one session video. I'm sure everyone's sick of video conferencing now, but it makes it easy to walk you through some of those things if you wanted to. But yeah, come along to the documentation team. And even if it's just some small things, or you want to help, you know all about cataloguing, and you want to rewrite that thing that's been bugging you in the manual to date, then feel free to come along to the monthly meeting, and there's a mailing list, so you can ask questions on that. We do tend to watch the general mailing list as well, so if you've got questions or you want to be involved, just post it and one of us will hopefully help you. And the other bit is the roles are open for the 21.05 release, so version 20.11 of Koha will be out sometime later next month. And at the end of a release and the start of a new one, there's an election of all the people involved. So it's not as scary as it sounds. You don't have to have a speech or anything. You just need to put your name on the wiki and say, I'd like to be involved with the documentation. All our tasks are in a system called Tega, and they're all, and there's a lot of them. So if you want to help out, we'd love to have you, and feel free to hit me up, and we're happy to help. So.
Thanks so much, David. I'm just going to pass him his gift. Now, as I mentioned, we are trying to keep to time, so I have another 5 minutes before I'm allowed to introduce the next talk. So what I thought I'd do is just tell you a little bit about the Koha community release teams. So David just mentioned that the elections for the 2105 release team are coming up. The next release of Koha is 2011. So that will come out in November. So for anyone who doesn't know, the major feature releases of Koha are November and May. And our release teams are made up from people all around the world who either are sponsored by their workplace to participate, or someone like David participates in his own time. And for the most part, if you volunteer for a role, you'll be warmly welcomed into the fold. But it's certainly a testament to the community that there is a really robust process around putting that team together. So 6 monthly releases, and then the monthly maintenance releases happen, and those are taken care of by release maintainers for 18 months. And then in between times, there's also security releases. So should a security issue be found, there's a way to anonymously report that, so that the designated people who receive the alerts about security problems can get an email before the rest of the world are told about it. And we tend to only advertise the fact that there is a problem once we've got a fix, so that if it's a nasty problem, we don't have people trying to exploit it before we've fixed it. So here's my little potted summary of the Koha release process. And it only took about 1 minute because it's not very complicated. So what we might do is take a short break now. I think for everyone online, the screen will just go to a little in-between slide for 5 minutes. And in 5 minutes' time, we'll introduce the next talk.
Good afternoon. I'm Adam Brooks, and
I'm Jessie Zairo.
And today we're going to talk to you about what's missing Koha from a marketing perspective. Well, everyone at Kohacon20 already knows that Koha is the premier ILS on the planet. There are still thousands of libraries that are not yet convinced. As hard to believe as that is, the perspective from the sales side of Koha can help all of us understand what libraries are looking for as they change systems. Focus in this presentation will be given to what potential partners ask about, don't believe, and ask for as developments. Marketing of Koha to the masses can be much better, but how do we do that?
I always say, shout it from the mountaintop because Koha is amazing. My name is Jessie Zairo, and I'm the Marketing and Outreach Coordinator at Bywater Solutions. I spent about 15 years working in libraries before I made the transition over here to Bywater Solutions to provide education for our partners.
And I'm Adam Brooks. I'm the Western and International Sales Consultant for Bywater Solutions. And I also spent about 15 years in libraries as a library director, and moved 2 different public libraries over to Koha during that time. And now I'm working for Bywater for the last 3 years.
So the first thing we want to start with is what libraries ask for. And we're in a unique situation at Bywater Solutions where there's a couple different ways that we get feedback from libraries. So when we're talking to libraries who are contemplating the switch from their legacy ILS over to Koha, we have a few ways that we can do this. So number one is if we're doing an RFP, that's a request for
proposal.
And that is where a library will say, this is what we're looking for in an ILS.
I take the RFPs, review them, see if they are something that Koha will meet the needs for the library or closely meet that need. We review the functionality that they're requesting. I go back and forth with our team of educators, systems, support, developments to see if there are things that we can do. And then if it seems like a project that we could win, we go forward and do the process. RFPs are very time consuming, but they are really a wealth of information as far as determining what libraries have on their wish list.
Booth interactions, if we are at a library conference, whether it's a national conference, something like Kohacon, or a statewide conference that we have here in the States, it's a great way for us to talk to potential librarians, find out what they're looking for. What's the next thing on the horizon that they want to see in an ILS?
And also, and the booth interaction is talking to our partners and finding out things that they need, such as now curbside service and things like that that have changed. Getting to know that by talking to people that are actually there on the front lines is really crucial for us. And that's why we make a real effort to attend as many conferences as possible. And then a final thing that we go through is we do have libraries that don't go through an RFP or bid process. They know they want to move to Koha, whether it's they've heard from someone else or something like that. We have the opportunity then during those conversations as we put together the proposal, the contract, to find out things that they think they might need in the future, things that they're concerned about. It's really a very valuable part of the process when we are able to go back and forth with them during that process.
The next thing that we'll talk about is, what they don't believe. So when we're talking to libraries that have been on a proprietary system for a very long time, sometimes we talk to libraries, they've been on the same proprietary system for up to 30 years. There's a lot of myth versus reality that we have to have a conversation about. I think the first one is, that open source software is perceived less secure than proprietary software. And this gives us a great opportunity for you to talk about how open source software really allows you to identify issues quickly and fix them in the system.
Another myth that we get constantly is that there is an enormous IT staff that's necessary to maintain open source software. And I'm lucky enough to have some director experience behind me, and I always like to use my experience with Bywater Solutions. I signed a contract with Bywater, and the following Friday I had to terminate my systems librarian, and we did not have a new systems librarian in place until the day we went live. So I'm really able to debunk a lot of that stuff just by my experience. But we also are able to tell them, you know, Bywater supports and maintains your software, giving your systems people even more time to do stuff that you're not able to do even with your proprietary system.
Sometimes the question comes up, there's less support for open source software. There is a worldwide community of users that support and develop and continually improve open source software. Koha has one of the most amazing open source communities out there. Whether you're jumping on IRC to talk to somebody, you're communicating back and forth in Bugzilla about a future development or enhancement or a fix in the system, you can easily help improve that software.
Another thing we in my experience that I get a lot is they don't believe the price. They have proprietary experience and they will be like, I can't believe a SIP connection is free. I can't believe that you can give us Spanish and Creole and that's not an extra cost. Things like that that really are just, yes, we really just have to say, yes, we do really do that. And so it's really an experiential thing for a lot of libraries that they have been charged for things that they really didn't need to be charged for. And so that's always an education piece as well.
The next thing is, you know, what Koha doesn't have. So we get to hear this information, what, you know, people ask for questions and maybe Koha doesn't have that functionality. Number one, Bugzilla is a great place to put in suggestions where people can track that. At Bywater Solutions, we also have a development crowdsourcing site. This allows our partners to come in and make suggestions of what they'd like to see. And then there's also a collaborative effort. So now you're getting that marketing out to multiple people and they're coming together to collaborate on a development. So this is a great way for libraries not only to put their ideas together, but to work together to make it happen in the community.
Another avenue that I did mention earlier is the RFP and bid process. We get to read through these functionality worksheets for different libraries who are not using Koha, and we are able to see what they expect from their next ILS system. And if we see repeat offenders in these lists, we start tracking those. And we have an extensive spreadsheet tracking things that we see in these requests that people want.
So the next question is, how do we change their mind? You know, how do we get them pumped up about Koha, and how do we market that to people that don't know anything about Koha and the community that there is?
So one of the big things that we try to do with our partners is to get the libraries to share their story. White papers, we've asked numerous partners to help us with writing white papers. Virginia Tech is an example here on the screen. Another huge one for me as a salesperson is references, finding those partners who are your confidential informant, your person that you really want another library to talk to. They're basically a better salesman than I can be. They can tell you I'm using it now. This is what we've been able to do better. This is what programs we've been able to add. And another piece, this is what we saved. This is how much of our budget we can move to programs or people rather than our ILS.
Summits are another great way to get libraries to share their story. We do something called Koha Summits, where we get our partners to do presentations on how the migration went for their library from their legacy ILS to Koha, and then talk about how Koha has helped them at their library. The next suggestion is to publish what the libraries are saying about Koha. This is a great way to get the message out to non-Koha users. You know, share it on social media, publish it on your website, take it to conferences. Wherever you're getting out in front of libraries who aren't using Koha, this is a great way to collect information and push it out. So you can see the one here on the left-hand side. We have one of our partners that was talking about the curbside plugin for Koha, how it was a great way to quickly get that into the community and make it a service that's available to everyone. And then, of course, one on the right here that talks a little bit about the migration process and how they tell us right away that they want to pass that information on to their peers. So publishing what libraries are saying about Koha is a great way to market that information to non-believers.
And a big part of that has been getting all of our staff to participate, to know that we want these quotes. We have a channel dedicated to, if you get a quote, let's make sure that it gets to our outreach person, which is Jesse. And then another piece of that is that we do quarterly calls and emails with all of our partners, just to check in on them, see what outstanding support issues they have. And then this is usually a very good opportunity for us to get those quotes. We ask them what we're doing right, and a lot of times that's where we pick up a lot of this.
The next thing we try to do is have open webinars and demonstrations where we can talk to our potential partners. And so this gives us a great way to do Discover Koha webinars, where we do a brief walkthrough of both the OPAC and the staff client, and we can talk about the great features that are in there. Sometimes we keep them very general. Sometimes we focus on certain types of libraries, so we can drill in on the amazing features that Koha has for those libraries.
Another thing we do with demonstrations is that when we're at a conference or event, we schedule booth demos. We have them set for a specific time on each day, depending on the product and what we want people to see. We send that information out to all of our potential partners as well as our current partners. Another opportunity to have a current partner sitting at a demo and talk to someone who is interested in Koha.
Conference participation. This is a big one that we'll probably talk about. Conferences can be international. They can be right within your country or your state. This is a really great way to collaborate with other libraries who may be using Koha, partners that you have, even vendors that you've collaborated to work with. You know, showing the integration with third-party products with Koha, whether it's setting up EDI for acquisitions ordering, or some type of interface that you use for maybe discovery. It's a fabulous way to get that information out to users that, again, don't know about Koha.
Yeah, I would go even further with that. A good portion of my conference participation is actually going around the exhibit hall and talking to other vendors, and whether we collaborate with them or want to collaborate with them, and seeing what they're doing. And I think it's really effective to talk to other vendors at these events.
Just a few of the pictures you see up on the screen here. Throughout the last few years, whether we've been working with a library for a statewide conference and talking about our collaboration, national conferences talking about open source in general, working together with other open source communities, and then also getting the word out about Koha. And a little shout out to Micah, who's one of our library partners. That's her in the upper right corner. Again, talking about just wonderful ways that open source and Koha can work with your library. So when it's coming from, a librarian and getting that message out, people really value the opinions and what they have to say from those users. So conference participation or any type of event where you can talk and really spread the message about Koha is an excellent opportunity to market to those non-believers.
And one more piece of the conference participation that we really try to capitalize on is we try to at least have one event for our partners while we're there. We invite our current partners and potential partners, again, an opportunity for people to network. Maybe they're talking about college football, maybe they're talking about Koha, but we are able to work that room, meet new people, and it's very effective for us on a sales level and a marketing level.
So we hope you have questions for us. We'd love to hear what you're doing to market to those non-believers. We hope that some of the topics that we covered today, help you spread the word about Koha, whether it's outreach and talking about Koha at an event, whether it's in the presence of other libraries or gatherings.
Yeah, definitely. We're always open to questions. I'm going to put our contact information on the screen. Please feel free to reach out to either I or Jesse. We're always happy to answer questions, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you so much.
Hi everyone. It's a real pleasure to be speaking with you all today at Kohacon 2020. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but hopefully one day we'll get to meet up again. Today I'm going to talk about solving problems. Problem solving is a critical skill in any field, and understanding the problem-solving process is going to help make us and our teams more effective in the work that we do. So we all solve problems every day. We do this consciously and unconsciously throughout the day. Sometimes we do it alone, and sometimes we do it in groups. For example, you might engage in contract negotiations, which is sort of a very rapid problem-solving process. Also, we do this within software coding. For example, a simple process would involve, do I use an unless or do I use an if? You know, and what are the benefits to either of those? Sometimes even we decide where we want to go for dinner, and that's a problem that we solve sometimes. Do we want hamburgers or Thai food? And we have to go through the process of coming to a solution to that particular problem. So what we're going to do today is explore this creative problem-solving model. We're going to combine an overview of this creative problem-solving model with information about people's unique preferences within that process. We're going to look at how you can identify your particular preferences, how to identify them in others, and how to leverage these preferences within teams to make us stronger. I will list some resources at the end of this presentation about the companies and individuals that I'm getting some of this information from. The creative problem-solving process in particular was sort of outlined by two individuals in the 1950s, and there's a foundation that they created that continues to this day to promote creative thinking and trainings. The creative problem-solving model is pretty straightforward. There are 4 steps: clarify, ideate, develop, and implement. Problem solving starts with the clarify step, or essentially understanding the issue that needs to be addressed. It then moves to ideate, which is how we come up with the best solutions. And next we take those best solutions from our ideation phase and we make them even better in the development process. And we usually select one final solution, which we then implement. And that's putting that particular solution into action. Let me take a moment here to kind of talk about this creative problem-solving process. And this process, these 4 steps, are played out at the high level. And then you can also play out each individual kind of cycle within each step. So for example, as you're developing a solution to your problem, you might encounter challenges that you may need to clarify. You might need to come up with solutions and ideate some solutions on. You might develop those solutions and then implement those solutions back into your final solution that you're developing. So each step in the process can have its own process within it. So that's very normal. So these things are, it's not so much that you do one and then you go to ideate, you do clarify and you go to ideate. You can sometimes circle back and incorporate some of the other steps in the process that you're at, the step of the process in which you're at. So we'll go ahead and start by talking about the clarify step. The purpose of this particular step is to identify the problem, right? That makes sense. However, that's a little bit of an oversimplification of what goes into clarifying the problem or the challenge. Sometimes we know what the general problem is, or we know what the unwanted outcomes that we're seeing and experiencing are, but maybe we don't quite understand where the problem actually lies or what it is that we're trying to solve. We're seeing sort of the secondary outcomes from it, but not, we have to kind of dig a little bit to get to that root cause. Or maybe the challenge that we've established for ourselves is too broad. So for example, maybe we've said in our marketing meetings that we want to grow our company. That's a broad idea, and that really requires us to narrow the focus so that we can hone in on the areas of change that we control. Remember, the problem you identify needs to be something that you influence. It's hard to solve a problem that you have no control over. You know, even in software, we cannot control how other folks are using the APIs and the problems that they may encounter, but we can control the APIs that we code. So how do we clarify? Well, clarifying is a lot like brainstorming. You start by asking some questions. What's happening? What is it that we're seeing that's going on? Where is it happening? Does this happen over there? Does it happen over here? When is it happening? Is there a frequency to this that is going to help us identify what the problem is? Or is it a time of day, or is it during specific actions that it's happening? And then also, who is it affecting? So gathering all the information that you can during Clarify includes all of the history of the issue that we're addressing, the facts surrounding the issue. This includes the feelings and perceptions of the people involved with this particular issue or problem. All of these things help clarify what the problem is that we're trying to address. It also helps to clarify where we have gaps in knowledge related to the problem. And with knowing what the gaps are helps us ask more questions to fill those gaps in. And of course, spending time in this clarification phase really helps set the rest of the process on the right track. In other words, we know we'll be solving the right problem. So how do you identify a clarifier? Or how do you know if you are a clarifier? Well, first of all, clarifiers ask a lot of questions. And I mean a lot of questions. It's usually how you immediately identify that you're working with a clarifier. Clarifiers need all the facts. They need the history. They keep their eye on the problem. They want to explore the problem in depth so that they know that they are solving the right problem. Occasionally, clarifiers are a little bit loath to move on to solving the problem because they want to make sure they're identifying the right problem. If you're a clarifier, it's important to learn how to identify that point at which you enter into sort of an analysis paralysis. And at that point is when you have to learn to let the process continue on to ideation. So how do we leverage clarifiers? How do we work with them in teams? Well, to work with a clarifier, you allow them to ask a lot of questions. The questions will help lead the group to a better understanding of the problem. All right, so now once we feel like we've clarified the problem, we move on to the next step, which is ideate. This is where we generate all of the ideas. In my experience, this is usually the most fun step in the entire process. I am not an ideator by nature, but I love the sense of play and opportunity that comes from watching folks who are really good at this step. And play really is the most apt word to describe this step. You can encourage this sense of play with your participants if you're facilitating an ideation session. Toys, flashcards, markers, whiteboards, sticky notes, apps like Padlet or Coggle. All of these things will help generate lots of ideas by seeding bits of information that sort of lead to other bits of information in the ideators' heads to come up with solutions. And the goal here of this particular step in the process is to generate as many ideas as possible. Now, with any play, there are some rules to the game. Number one, most important, suspend judgment on ideas. Some of the ideas that come up might appear a little bit unconventional. Let them go. Understand that that's part of the process, and we want to see what comes later after that. And it's just a way to clear the brain of that idea, write it down, and get to the next idea. We want to seek these wild ideas. Sometimes it's the wild ideas that give somebody an idea that sort of brings it back into the realm of believability and actual, practicality. We want to work at combining and building ideas. And again, so if that wild idea maybe doesn't work in its exact implementation as it's sort of discussed, taking it with another idea can lead to a third idea. And again, I can't emphasize this enough. The goal here is quantity. Quantity is what leads to quality. A general rule of thumb is that the first third of your ideas are generic. The second third of your ideas are probably the wild ideas, the silly ideas. And the last third are going to be the breakthrough ideas where there's true innovation that happens. And the trick for those of us who are not ideators is to be patient. Let the process play out and you'll be rewarded. Now, you're kind of thinking, what do I do with all of these ideas? We've got 100 of them. Now what do we do? How do we pick them? We want to put these ideas through a funnel and get just the best ones out. And you can do this by organizing the ideas, like ideas with like ideas. 10 ideas that are really the same thing are one idea. And this is going to help get that number down. You can also set up some baseline criteria to help judge the ideas. One of my favorite ones is always to say, is it legal? Will we get in trouble if we do this? Those are probably ideas that you really don't want to explore. Another one might relate to budget. Can we afford this idea? It might be a great idea, but if it's really outside the realm of what we can afford to do, then maybe not in its current form. The other way to do it is to allow the group to vote. Vote on the ideas, get a smaller group, vote again on those ideas, and sort of narrow it down. You might find that even through this sort of narrowing down of ideas, your ideators will still be generating ideas. I don't like to lose great ideas, so I usually try to provide them a way to continue generating these ideas that's not going to derail the rest of the group. So by providing a notebook or a Google Doc, they're able to harness some of these ideas, and then if something truly great comes out of that, we can share that with the group. So how do you know if you're an ideator? I'll say usually you know. You always have ideas on how to solve problems, any problems. Sometimes you might even be solving the wrong problem with your ideas. You might hear occasionally that people will say to you, well, that idea is kind of crazy. If you come up with great ideas and it's easy for you, you're an ideator. So how do we leverage ideators if they are constantly coming up with ideas? The trick here is to give them specific problems to solve and then stay out of their way. Give them a lot of room to play. Throw a lot of random ideas or images at them if they appear that they are stuck, and they will surprise you. Okay? And if we're now to the point where we've narrowed down our ideas and we have an idea or three, you don't leave ideation with maybe just one idea. You might have a couple of ideas that you think are worth exploring. This is the time where we enter into the development phase. And the purpose here of the development step is to take these ideas and evaluate them, to strengthen them, and to identify a best fit with your organization, your workflow, your software. Spend your time here focusing on one idea at a time. One of the best ways to do this is to use a rubric of some sort. I like PPCO. It's a nice mnemonic that I can remember pretty easily. It's a way to identify the pluses. What are the strengths of this idea? What's really good about it? Investigate the potentials. What are the opportunities that will come from this idea? What are the future gains that we could get? Where could it lead us? And again, this would be an area maybe your ideators would be able to help with those potentials to be able to see where the process might lead us. The next step here would be concerns. And what are the drawbacks or the concerns that you have about this idea? Instead of listing these concerns as problem statements, phrase them as questions. For example, how might we do ... In what ways might we ... Because when you phrase those concerns as questions, it allows you to think of the possibilities to overcome those concerns. So how do you know that you're a developer? Well, usually you probably don't enjoy the ideation phase. You really just want people to pick an idea. Just pick one and let's go with it. Maybe you get a little frustrated in that particular phase. Once you're in the development phase and you have an idea, you might want to keep refining that idea. Developers and clarifiers have a lot in common, typically. And much like the clarifiers get to paralysis analysis, the developers can too. They want to keep refining it. It's real helpful to learn, or to learn to trust the input from others when good enough is good enough. And when you've reached that phase, that's when we want to start moving back into implementation. Because chances are, if you've gotten it to the point where it's good enough, it's probably really great. And how do we leverage developers? These folks are processors. I say give them time. They need time to evaluate. They need time to consider the options. This is the group that will improve the plan and understand that their questions about the solution are all about improving the solution or identifying the issues that others may have missed in the previous steps. And they need the time in order for which to do that exploration. All right, so now we have a solution. Perhaps one of those has risen to the top, through our analysis through the rubric. One of those, out of the 3 choices that we had in the ideation phase, one of those rose to the top, and it looks like the best idea. The developers have gone through it and said, yes, this is the thing that we think is ideal for us. This will solve our problems. Now we need to implement it. This is the time for action. If you're a project manager, this is what you've been waiting for. This is where the project management tools come into play. The change management tools come into play. Make a brain dump of all of the steps that you need in order to move this solution into action. This is where the action plan and to-do lists are generated. The Gantt charts are created. The to-do lists are made. Tasks are assigned. It's important here to really leverage a lot of the project management skills and a lot of the change management skills in your team in this implementation process. As with most projects, there are going to be individuals who are going to assist with this change. They see the value, the benefit, they want to make this happen. There will also be those others who may resist the change. So learning to leverage your assisters to overcome the resistors through that change management process is really important and a key part of any implementation. So how do you know if you're an implementer, or how do you identify an implementer? Well, implementers make things happen, quite simply. Also, if you've sat through this entire process with the creative problem-solving process, you've probably been antsy and ready to go do something from day one in the process. You may also find, if you're an implementer, that the group's not working fast enough or making enough progress for you. Understand that you may want to rush the entire process, and it's important to recognize that time is needed to allow for the incubation of great ideas. Remember, when a great solution is identified and it's developed fully, the implementation is way easier. So how do we leverage an implementer? Well, implementers need to know that the process is moving forward. So communication with them in a timely manner throughout the entire process is essential. So those 4 steps are what make that creative problem-solving process complete. And we talked a little bit about how individuals can have preferences. In effective teams, we need to capitalize on the different preferences that individuals bring to the table. And this starts with, number 1, respecting other people's preferences. And people can have more than one preference as well. So you may have 1, 2, 3, or 4 preferences in these 4 steps of the creative problem solving process. And remember that preference doesn't equate to skill. You have a preference for something, but there are still hard skills that can be developed to support that preference. And you may find that you have skills in one area that maybe you don't have a preference for because you've learned to build those skills. So preference is not skill. But we can create diverse teams by stacking the team with each type or with the skills found in each one of these 4 steps or preferences. A diverse team is going to provide a balanced perspective when solving problems. And understanding your preference, your individual preference or preferences, also provides a big picture view. From my own experience, knowing that I prefer clarification and implementation totally explains why I naturally skip the ideation and development stages of the process. Now, when I have challenges to solve, I seek out ideators. Coming up with ideas isn't my strongest skill, and really it is just loads of fun to watch ideators at work to see what they will do. And with the development stage, it's still not my favorite stage, and I've learned to have patience with it because I know that after that idea is developed fully, we can implement well, and that is my other preference. So for me, learning to have patience through the phases in which I do not have those skills has shown some benefits so that that process can fully play out. Creative problem solving is a great way to find innovative solutions and fresh perspectives to the challenges that your team faces. This model can provide some structure to solving problems and leverage the talents of all of the individuals on your team. Here's just some brief descriptions and resources for the creative problem-solving process and the foresight thinking profiles that we talked about today, if you'd like more information on either of those. And I want to thank you for having me here today. It was a pleasure to talk about creative problem solving. If anyone has any questions, let me know. You can email me. My email is joy@bywatersolutions.com. Or you can find me in the Koha IRC channel, the handle talljoy. Thank you very much. In the Koha IRC channel, the handle. In the Koha IRC.
Awesome. Are we streaming at the moment? Hayley? We'll just wait a wee moment. Hi. Welcome, well, I say welcome back. Welcome again to everyone overseas. I haven't had a chance to speak to you directly for a little while. And we've come to the end of Kohacon Day One. Thank you so much to Joy. We just enjoyed your talk. And lots of good listening going on in the room. Lots of good listening going on in the room all day, really. But we just wanted to wrap up the day, have a chance to say hi to you again, and perhaps just a bit of a summary for those who might only just be joining us or thinking about what talks they want to look back on from today and listen to the recordings. So just very briefly, I want to talk a little bit about the day and send out some thank yous. So this morning, the conference began with 2 keynote speakers. So we had Te Kahu Rolleston, who describes himself as a wordsmith and a jester. And he was followed by Anahera Morehu, who is the president of New Zealand's Library and Information Association, LIANZA. And so we're very purposeful in putting Te Kahu and Anahera first today. If you are feeling sad that you didn't get to come to New Zealand in person, and you'd like a idea of what's important to us here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, please listen to those first 2 talks. And you just have to close your eyes and imagine, well, don't close your eyes, then you're not watching the talks. But close your eyes a little bit and imagine that you're here. I really encourage you to watch those 2 first so you get a real sense of how we started. And we're also thrilled that that's how the day began today. So thank you again to Kahu and Anahera. Thank you so much. Then we had some really nice morning tea. Chris Cormack probably tweeted it because it's food. There were scrummy scrolls there. so squishy and delicious. Sorry you missed those. Then the middle section of the day is kind of, there was a lot of admiration from me and from the room for the three speakers who filled our middle section of the day. They all come from organisations that have done really stunning things. They've had amazing achievements with Koha. And so the first one was Lisette Scheer, who her talk was 46 libraries, 15 groups, one consortium, so now what? And you're like, well, that's already awesome, so I'm really interested to hear what you're going to do. And so Lisette gave some great tips, some jQuery tricks and tips and things, so really encourage you to watch her talk, and I bet there'll be a lot of pausing while you write down her clever tricks. So encourage you to hear Lisette. Thank you again so much, Lisette, for your talk. I know it's not the same when you can't hear and see us smiling at you, but I promise you we were. Second up, we had William Tuttiett from Horowhenua District Council, and he is the digital library coordinator there. And of course, Horowhenua is the very first Koha library, the originators of the project. And so it was really awesome to hear and see William carrying on the legacy of Koha 21 years later and continuing to innovate and do cool things. So his talk's From Zero to Hero, a beginner's guide to OPAC survival. And I really recommend that one, especially if you've got any colleagues who are thinking about using Koha in the future. I think he made some really good points about what it's like to work with Koha and about how important it is to have your mistakes and ask for help and draw on the experience of your peers to make informed decisions and learn from all of those around you. So I was so impressed, and I thought we might ask William to be the MC next time. He was incredibly well spoken. Next time, I don't know how far away that's going to be. 10 years. This is 10 years since the first Kohacon that was held in New Zealand. Kris made up a rule that it has to be here every 10 years. So maybe we'll change the rule, or else we'll see you in 10 years. And then the third one, like if we weren't already kind of like, wow, those two first talks are amazing. The third one was Mengü Yazıcıoğlu from Devanam. He's the CEO there, and he's based in Turkey. Mengü just very casually is like, oh yeah, we run the biggest Koha installation, 1,126 libraries, just one installation. And you're like, well, that's already amazing, and a lot of people already know that. So he didn't talk about that very much, which would have been actually quite exciting, but you can watch his 2019 Kohacon talk for that. And what he talked about was about his next project, which sounds even bigger, and I was particularly inspired to hear his thinking about how to look after libraries that are running perhaps without any trained librarians at all on staff. So I took a lot from that one, and I hope you do too. Then we move into the afternoon. We had David Nind, who the international viewers who are involved in the release team know David well from the community meetings and as a leader amongst the documentation team of Koha. And so he told us a bit about some of his ideas about documentation and where he'd like to see Koha documentation go in the future. So if you like some of those ideas, David will welcome you, and so will the rest of the documentation team. And I sneakily got him to tell us a bit about how to participate. So if you watch that talk and get inspired, what we'd love to see is for anyone who finds any problems with documentation or things they think could be made better to either participate in the documentation team or even just let the documentation team know your thoughts. I'm sure they love to hear from you. And the last session before afternoon tea, because we stop for food a lot here, was called What's Missing? Koha from a Marketing Perspective. And Jessica, Zairo and Adam Brooks from Bywater Solutions had some ideas to put forward about how to form relationships with your partners and peers and colleagues and fellow vendors in the library community, not just in the Koha community, but the wider sector. And there were just a few ideas there about dispelling some of the myths about open source and how hard it might be, or all those kinds of things that we hear people say about open source. They've got some great ways of explaining those myths away. So really encourage you to listen to that one if that's something you've come across too. So then after we ate some more food, we had our final talk of the day, which was Joy, back to where I started a few minutes ago, talking about creative problem solving. And I think I really enjoyed the way she talked us through how we have our strengths as project team members, and if we find something is not the thing that we most enjoy or are drawn to, the solution can just be to find people who are the best at those things, bring them into your team, and let yourself be good at the things you're good at, and let your colleagues and your your business partners be the people who bring the skills that you don't have. So I think we can all take a little comfort from that idea that you don't have to be good at everything, just to acknowledge what your strengths are and build a really great team around you. So yeah, day one was pretty full when you put it like that. So again, for everyone listening, we tried to keep to time later in the day. Sorry about this morning if you were watching your clock to get to a certain presentation and found out we were already scoffing our lunch down. That's a bit of a colloquial term here for eating a lot quite fast. So apologies for that, but I'm sure you'll pick up the talks in the recordings that'll come out on YouTube. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. So, tomorrow is, we're starting at 9 a.m. and that's NZDT, that's plus 13 hours on GMT or UTC. So, for everyone overseas, we will look forward to also hearing your responses as you watch some sessions overnight, and we can pick up what you got to say in the morning and vice versa. Then you can go to sleep and we can answer your questions and then you can wake up. It's actually kind of how it goes in the Koha community. We can solve things really fast because, well, New Zealand might get to the problem first because the sun comes up first in Gisborne, and then we go to bed and then someone else carries on and does the QA, and then someone else might get up somewhere else in the world and push that to master if it's an urgent problem. So we've solved some problems pretty fast that way. So instead of solving problems the next few days, we can just chat and enjoy. So good night, ka kite anō, see you tomorrow. I'll just leave you with the sponsors slide. Thank you so much, sponsors, for making today free, helping us keep down the barriers to participation in the Koha project going forward. See you later. See you tomorrow.